Are we live? All right, everybody. Welcome to Win the Fight Live. We're really excited. We're going to get started in a few minutes. My name is Jesse Thomas. I'm going to be your host for today. I'm a longtime organizer and activist. I like to tell people I gave my 20s to Barack Obama, my 30s to the resistance. Now I'm in my 40s. I'm all out of fucks to give. I'm ready to fight for this country. We really appreciate you all joining us. We got some folks trickling in. We're going to get started, give folks a little bit more time to join. But say hello in the chat. We're going to, throughout the stream, going to take questions from the chat. Subscribe if you can, and chat. Go ahead and leave your question in there. And at the end of each panel, I will read your questions, the ones that we have time for, to the participants. So if there's something that interests you or something you want to follow up on, just go ahead and drop a comment on our YouTube chat. You can get there at winthefightlive.com and find our YouTube live. And if you subscribe, you can just leave your question there. We're super excited. You can go ahead and put up the first graphic, and we'll talk about the panel that's coming up here in a second. I hope everybody's doing good. It's going to take me a couple minutes before I can actually see your comments. A little delay between our stream and the YouTube, but we'll be tracking them and we will respond. So I think the first channel graphic is up now. Could you confirm that, Control? Could you let me know? Okay, great. So opening the conversation, we've got the amazing Adam Mockler, the amazing Dean Withers, and the amazing Congressman Max Frost. We're going to talk a little bit about how crazy Trump 2.0 is compared to Trump 1.0, what's different now, what we have to do. And I think everybody is here and we are ready to get started. So why don't we kick it off? I'm going to introduce Adam Mockler and let him take it away. Thanks, everybody. We can take that graphic down, and all right. Cool. Adam, are we live? All right. And I don't know if we have your mic, if we have your audio, but good to see you. Hey, Dean, what's going on? Hey, guys. Adam, how we doing? All right. We're getting some things situated.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go. Hey, Adam, welcome. I'll let you take it away, my friend.
Yo, there's a setting called push to talk on. Can you turn off push to talk? Dean, are you getting that too? Yeah, you got to turn off push to talk. But either way, while you're figuring that out, welcome to Win the Live. It's going to be a live stream with 7 consecutive panels with some of your favorite creators, some of your favorite politicians, some of your favorite influencers, all in one place, working towards one goal. You know, it's really important to get a bunch of like-minded people together in one place. Is push to talk fixed? No? Well, while we're waiting for that to get fixed, Representative Frost, can we hear you? Oh, it's muted. Yo, well, Dean, if you click on the microphone and then you click on voice settings, you can add a keybind, push to talk. But while I'm waiting for the settings to get figured out, the entire point of Win the Fight is to bring a bunch of like-minded people together to work towards a common goal, that being re-spreading our pro-democracy values at a time.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? Representative Frost, thank you for joining me.
Sorry, all right, I got it.
Yeah, so
voice settings. There you go. You should be able to
And
hear
then
me
voice
now.
activity. There we go. Yeah.
Sweet. All right, let's go. We are joined today by a few amazing people. First of all, Representative Maxwell Frost, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing okay. You know, we're in a tough situation in the House, but we're gonna keep fighting. We got a 1 a.m. hearing coming up. I'm sure we'll talk more about that. But my spirits are up because we're gonna continue to fight back against this evil budget they're trying to push through.
The youngest member of Congress, making all Gen Zers proud, endless energy. I love political knife fighters, people who are out there and are willing to just, punch back a little bit. You, Jasmine Crockett. We are also joined by Dean Withers, one of the most influential, largest Gen Z creators. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing all right. It's so good to be here. We're speaking briefly for a moment before the stream started in the waiting room. I'm very happy to be in the presence of you both, and I think today will end up being a very beneficial event for everyone. So I just appreciate both of you guys for being here.
Yeah, so I guess the reason you should care about this event, if you're watching, just to kick this off, is because we'll have 7 consecutive panels of people who are like-minded and are working to fight authoritarianism as it spreads throughout the mainstream. Every single media source you could tune into, whether, I don't know, like if you're a young dude and you're trying to watch workout videos on Instagram, you get sucked down this pipeline to RFK Jr. Or if you're looking up dating advice, you get sucked down this pipeline to Andrew Tate. So we want to provide some moral clarity at a time like this. Let's start off with Representative Frost. Can you tell me what you've been seeing on the ground, in Congress? How have people been feeling about this fight against Trump and authoritarianism? Tell me a little bit about the big ugly bill coming up.
Well, I've been on this national tour with Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut, who I actually met when I was 15 years old after the Sandy Hook shooting happened, and I met him at the vigil that was going on. And over 10 years later, now we're both in Congress. We've been traveling the country, going to Republican districts and speaking with the people in districts where the congressperson refuses to do a town hall. Because what's happening is Republicans in Congress are trying to pass this thing. They're calling it the big beautiful bill, but it's really the big ugly bill. It's a bill to rip away health care from millions of Americans, to rip away nutritional and food assistance from millions of Americans, to do all these cuts. And you think, wow, we're doing these cuts to make sure that our country is more, fiscally sound and et cetera. We can help more people. But no, they want to do all these cuts so they can give billionaires and mega corporations a massive tax cut. It's the age-old thing of these Republicans working to make the poor poor and the rich richer. And so we're fighting against it. But I'll tell you, as I've traveled the country and I've spoken with people face to face, I've spoken with people who voted for Trump. I've voted for people who are Democrats, Republicans, progressives, moderates, all across the spectrum. And everybody's pissed off because they're seeing the day-to-day impact of all these cuts. And also the fact that all these cuts are just to make the rich even richer hurts even more to people across the political spectrum. So I'll tell you, even though times are tough with all the fighting that we're doing, I do feel a sense of optimism because the people are really rising up and we're not going to take this. We're not going to take this shit from them. We're going to fight for the programs that help our people and help our families.
You got to hit your push to talk button.
Oh, my bad. I was cooking for a second there. But yeah, very well said. And I think that one of the silver bullet arguments when it comes to Elon Musk and the cuts and the consolidation of power is that after Trump took office, over 40 different regulatory investigations were either paused or halted or slow walked, all into Elon Musk's companies. It's just blatant corruption. I want to pass it over to Dean. You talk to Trump supporters on a daily basis. Can you tell me what you've been hearing? How are you fighting against authoritarianism?
Of course, that's a great question. So I've been speaking with Americans that support Donald Trump since before the election until now. In fact, immediately before I joined both of you here on this event, I had spent 4 hours talking to Americans that support Donald Trump. And I've noticed this continual trend of these people that support the president, slimming. I find it much harder for me to find individuals who are devout Trump supporters today like I might have been able to before the election, which is something we should be optimistic about. But B, more defensive of some of the craziest things that a president can do. I seriously see America getting to a point where there is people out there that will look at Donald Trump illegally deporting Abrigo Garcia, then they will will read the order that came from SCOTUS on April 10th, 2025, calling it illegal. And they will say, I don't care what SCOTUS has to say because I follow Trump's law. And in fact, I see the sentiment all the time, even as it relates to maybe his use of the Alien Enemies Act. They say it's the best thing we've had since sliced bread, even though SCOTUS has told Trump he can't use it as it relates to specific groups of immigrants because it's defined their due process. And they will just bend the knee and keel over for economic policy, which hurts them as it only is intended to help those making over $395,000 per year. And it's an issue. I think it's a problem of propaganda in mainstream media. I think it's a problem of mob mentality and just wanting to exist as a part of a group, to have other like-minded individuals as yourself, but not really to seek truth or to make America a greater place. And I think having these discussions, being able to point out those problems, have true, honest, and transparent conversations about how bad it's gotten, and how, yes, this is authoritarianism, how, yes, we are bleeding into fascism, and that is a claim made not because I'm a crazy liberal, but rather because I can read, acknowledge, and understand the 14 tenets of fascism as it's defined in the literature, is incredibly important for the future success of this country. And I love to see so many individuals having these conversations and being more outspoken and proud in their defiance of Trump, and saying that this administration is not for the people, but for them and themselves alone. And yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to due process, I love when Republicans will inverse reality and say that 9-0 Supreme Court ruling was actually in favor of Trump. But then when you press them on it, they concede they don't even care about due process anyways. Representative Frost, you went to El Salvador, right? You went to go visit CCOT. Can you
Yep.
tell us a little bit about what you saw on the ground there?
Well, yeah, I did go to El Salvador. I went with three other members of Congress, including Congressman Robert Garcia. The reason we went is because what we're seeing in front of us, it wasn't even just about Abrego Garcia himself, even though he's very representative of what's going on right now. But I represent many immigrants, people of different statuses, and I'll tell you that when Kilmar Abrego Garcia was sent to El Salvador, I had constituents literally coming up to me as I'm at the store, walking around the community, saying, he represents me. Like, what happened to him, I'm scared it's going to happen to me. I'm scared it's going to happen to my daughter, my abuela, my grandma, my grandpa. And when we started receiving literally hundreds of letters, emails, calls, texts, DMs from constituents, people who live in my district, saying, do something about this, I'm scared. And then when Donald Trump went to the White House and said in the Oval Office that he wants to send homegrowns next, US citizens, to gulags in other countries for and completely not give them due process, that's really when I completely drew a line and said, no, it's not enough for me to just denounce this from here, but I need to go there. Number one, of course, to shine light on this issue and how it can impact anyone, but also to ask questions about where Kilmar is, try to figure out if he was moved to a different prison, at least so his family can know. And also to, again, completely shine light on the fact that the administration is ignoring a Supreme Court decision and completely acting outside the bounds of the law. And I think it's hilarious. We see all this hypocrisy from the Republicans in Congress and Donald Trump, even right now, as they are doing something that's never been done before. The Department of Justice is charging a sitting member of Congress, LaMonica McIver, because she went to an ICE facility to do her job and provide oversight on what's going on there. Now they're charging her with a crime. And I posted about this yesterday, and I have a ton of like MAGA cultists in my comments saying, oh, it's about the rule of law, the rule of law. If you care so much about the rule of law, tell Donald Trump to stop deporting people with zero due process. And the thing that's really frustrating to me is this. The right talks a lot about American exceptionalism, but then they want to do nothing to protect what actually makes our country exceptional and different. And one of those things is the fact that our Constitution doesn't have a thing that says, by the way, everything you just read only applies to certain people. No. The First Amendment, the ability to have freedom of speech applies to everyone, college students, even if you're here on a visa, right? The right to due process is something afforded to every person in the United States. These rights being afforded to everybody here are part of what makes America the country it is and makes us exceptional. And so I went to El Salvador on behalf of our rights, and I'm really glad I went. I'm going to be honest, it was a lot of the trip was sad and depressing to hear about just the treatment of folks that we're sending over there. At least we were able to get some new information on the exact jail that Kilmar was moved to. But again, it's not just about him, it's about the lawlessness we're seeing from the Trump administration and this march toward an authoritarian government. I'd say we're already in an authoritarian government that is using the federal police, using the state to send people to other countries just because they disagree with their free speech, to charge sitting members of Congress for dissenting against the Trump administration. I don't care if you're consider yourself to be a conservative or progressive or moderate or anything. You have to stand up against authoritarianism, especially because right now it might be targeting the people you disagree with, but it's a slippery slope, and at any time it can target anybody. And so we all have to care about this and speak out against it.
And that last point you made is that last point you made is the key one, because people always ask, why should I care about this? Once you create a new class of people with no due process, you can place anybody in that bucket. You can endlessly justify placing anyone in that bucket. And we've seen the Trump admin, as you said, attacking, every single check, judges, courts, universities, law firms, multiple law firms have bent the knee. And I guess I want to pass it over to Dean. I know that you're super well read on the first Trump administration. I've seen you debate about it endlessly. What surprised you over the past 115 days? Like, for example, on day one, when he pardoned all of the January 6ers, I remember genuinely being upset. So, Dean, what's really surprised and upset you so far?
Well, the first question there, what has surprised me? I don't have a response to that because it hasn't surprised me. I think that myself, as well as every other person in America, had enough knowledge to know that something like this was bound to happen and that it will only get worse the moment Donald Trump tried to install himself for a second presidency on January 6, 2021. The moment he sent those fake slates of electors to the swing states, the moment he tried to install fake votes for himself in Congress to serve a second term against the voice and the vote of the people, and then the moment he admitted to it in proceedings in front of the Supreme Court and in Congress, but just simply said he should not face criminal immunity, was the moment I knew, as well as hopefully the moment where I wanted everybody else to know, that he has no care for the rule of law. He has no care for the Constitution. He has no care for constitutional rights. This idea of him being pro-law and order and anti-corruption and crime is nothing more than a mask or a disguise to appeal to his base. And when he pardoned those January 6ers, I was hoping that would just make the words that are coming out of my mouth today clear to everybody, but unfortunately they didn't. It's only under a Trump presidency where undocumented migrants are persecuted to the extent of having their constitutional rights stripped from them forcefully and sent to terroristic prisons on the basis of an allegation because of an illegal entry into this country.
Push to talk. Click push to talk.
But simultaneously, if you illegally beat up a cop and drove a stun gun into their neck, such as DJ Rodriguez did on January 6th, you get called a patriot and then let out of jail by Donald Trump. It is so surprising to me that every single American hasn't woken up to the same revelations I'm sharing right now, and very sad as well. And you said that frustrated you when it occurred. It should have frustrated everyone. And the fact that it hasn't is why I'm here.
That is the surprising part, that not everyone has woken up. And that was the first thing he did on day one. At least he ended the Ukraine war first, right? Oh wait, no, he didn't. At least he lowered prices first. He didn't do either of those things. Representative Frost, how are you communicating with people when you're okay, so this is my question. When I talk to people, like young Trump supporters, about Elon Musk gutting these institutions, they always say, I feel disenfranchised. These institutions aren't helping me in the first place. How do you describe that a lot of these institutions are necessary, even if they're bloated?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think a big part of it is bringing it home for people. We have to bring it home and talk about, and this is the thing I would talk to my colleagues all the time about. We actually shouldn't be seen as a party that is trying, and the people that are trying to defend the status quo, because the status quo sucks. And there's a lot more we need to do to make this country work for everyone. However, there are a lot of things that people before us have fought for generations, so that way we have some help as working people to be able to get through here. And so for me, it's less about defending institutions, but it's more about defending the programs and the people that those programs help. And so, for instance, on the Department of Education, right? It's not about defending the Department of Education. It's about defending Head Start. It's about defending Title One funding, right? It's about ensuring that we can have good rural education for students who don't live in cities, and that we have resources for students with disabilities. So I really talk about the programs more than the building itself, and that helps people realize, like, whoa, I've been fed a ton of BS in terms of what the Department of Education does. It's the same thing when I talk about what's going on with the VA. I mean, when we keep the conversation to a thing in DC, it is a lot easier for somebody like Donald Trump to just lie to his supporters about what's going on. But when a veteran goes into their local VA and their favorite front desk person has recently been fired for absolutely no reason, and it's taking longer and longer and longer for them to get the care that they deserve, it's hard for someone like Donald Trump in an ivory tower in DC to be able to spin that. And by spin that, I mean to be able to essentially lie about that and make it fit his narrative. And that's really what I found in my travels is more and more. And I think part of the reason why Dean has mentioned that it's harder and harder to find kind of these people who are like ride or die Trump is because I think people are starting to feel things at home, and it is hard to lie to someone about something they're seeing in front of their very own eyes. And so for me, it's bringing it home for people. We gotta stop talking about this in the abstract. There's nothing abstract about money being taken away from the mouths of children because single mothers won't be able to get nutritional assistance anymore. We're talking about like $7 a day to help like a family feed people because we can all agree that the system right now as it is not set up for us. And Donald Trump lied when he said he was going to make it the golden age for America. He's making it the golden age for the billionaires and the dark ages for everybody else.
Dude, that's what I've been saying lately as well, that Elon's making the government more efficient for himself and his own companies,
Exactly.
especially the one where all of these regulatory investigations are just paused or halted after Trump fired the inspectors general. Clear public intimidation. Dean, I actually want to know how you'd respond to the same question. Say you're debating a Trump supporter and like not even the illegality of it. Of course, Elon Musk subverted the power of the purse. Of course, Elon Musk subverted the Constitution. They don't care about that. How do you explain that some of these programs are actually necessary? What's your argument?
Well, this is a way that I like to address it to the average Trump supporter that comes on my live. The Trump administration with the Department of Government Efficiency will still be spending more of your hard-earned money than Kamala Harris's administration without the Department of Government Efficiency. So these projections are coming from the Congressional Budget Office. All of Donald Trump's proposed policies estimated to cost somewhere in between 10 and 15 trillion dollars. Keeping in mind around 6 to 8 trillion of that 10 to 15 trillion is just for tax cuts, which disproportionately benefit the most wealthy of those among us, right? Meanwhile, we look over at what Kamala Harris had proposed for her presidency. We were looking at maybe 6 to 8 trillion dollars of overall new debt-related spending, with the majority of that being spent on tax cuts for you and 100 million American workers just like you. So when the Trump administration will boast about how efficiently they're cutting down these programs, even though they have no clue what those programs are or how they benefit Americans, at the end of the day, he is going to turn around and spend trillions more than he could ever cut. Elon said the most they could cut it is around $1 trillion on systems that benefit the millionaires and the billionaires. So I don't even find it efficacious to try to sit there and describe to some of these rather dense people I'll speak with about what the particular systems are that are being cut. I leave that to those that are significantly more knowledgeable than I am, and just simply point out the fact that at the end of the day, our government's going to be spending more money than it would have if he wasn't elected. And I mean, that same trend was true in his first term too. According to the CRBF, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, they spent $8.6 trillion. You look at Biden and Harris, they were down at $4.6 trillion. This myth of being fiscally conservative, wanting to cut down on the wasteful expenditure of our government, vanished with the start of Donald Trump's first administration. The fact of the matter is today, the party that's not only focused on ensuring that there is good and efficacious social safety nets to provide for those that are the most needy around us, not only ensuring that the purchasing power is in the hands of the workers, in the hands of the average American, but also ensuring that we are keeping our government expenses lower than that of the other party is the Democrats, is the left, is the liberals 110%. It is Trump who's bloating our federal expenditure. He's just hiding that and masking that under this guise of the DOG.
Trump
Hey, man,
bloated.
Brother Dean, can I cut in here for a second, guys? You've got a lot of fans. I want to acknowledge some folks in chat, if you're good. Jillian and Ton say these dudes know their shit. We got some. I want to shout out also Terry, Evelyn in Arizona, and we got another comment here, Kayla. Happy to see so many young people fighting for our country. If you have questions, guys, please leave them in the chat. You can get to our YouTube at Win the Fight Live. But we have a question here from Robin Levinson. The GOP, most of them, are not upholding their oath to office. What can be done to get them out before elections? I'll kick it to you, maybe Rep Frost.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. And look, I've been hearing a lot about this because, like I said, I'm touring these districts where there are Republican representatives who will not meet with their constituents and not host a town hall. And I got to tell y'all, as a representative, it's kind of a disrespectful thing to go to someone else's district and host a town hall. But you know what's even more disrespectful? Not even hosting a town hall for the people you're supposed to represent. And so we've seen a lot of that. I mean, the best thing we can do right now is focus our energy on making sure they feel the pressure everywhere all the time. Because I'll tell you, for instance, just a few days ago, a senator, Josh Hawley, who I agree with on, I would disagree with on 99% of stuff, came out with a pretty forceful rebuke of this big, ugly bill and said, I can't support it with these Medicaid cuts. We'll see if he holds us to the end. But I can promise you that he would not have said a peep about this in the negative direction if it wasn't for the pressure that his constituents are putting on him. So I would encourage everyone, if you're upset with your Republican representative and your representative because they're not meeting with you or they're not, speaking out against this bad bill, or they're going to vote for it, pull up to their office, protest, make sure that the press is hearing about it, make sure people hear about it in unlikely places that aren't political, and keep that pressure on all the way till the midterms, and then work to vote them out. I think we are better served if we put our energy towards pressuring these people and calling them out. You see them in the grocery store, walk up to them and say, hey, why are you voting to take away health care to millions of Americans? What the hell is wrong with you? Like, make sure people hear about this and keep the pressure up. And I'll say that I'm asked all the time by people when I travel, what can I do? What can I do? I can tell you generally what you can do, but here's the best answer. Find a local group that'll tell you what to do every day. Because I promise you, all these groups have been begging for your help for a long time. So now's the time. It's never too late. Get involved because they need you, and they need you for the fights we don't even know about yet.
Are there any groups that are particularly helpful for you guys in Congress? Any folks you'd recommend they try to connect with?
I mean, there's so many of them. It's hard to kind of name them off. People should just look at what groups are active locally. Obviously, there might be like a Democratic Party group local you can join. I used to be the national organizing director for March for Our Lives before I ran for Congress, which came after the shooting that happened in Parkland. If you care about gun violence, there's groups like Sunrise Movement, there's Indivisible, there's MoveOn.org. There's a lot of different groups that you can get involved in depending on what issue you care about. Working Families Party. So I suggest, really think about the issue you want to engage on and just go all in. Because another part that's important about organizing is the fact that you are with other people in person, that you generally believe the same things and want to fight together. Fascism and authoritarians thrive when the opposition works in not in solidarity, but in solitary. And so we got to work together and have more places where we can come together and fight together. So don't discount the power of just organizing in groups in person. It's really important.
I have to shout out this person, Thomas Giarita, I believe, shared with us. I'm an 82-year-old veteran. I swore an oath to protect my country. I have no intention of quitting now. How do I get people to hear and listen to me? And I just want to shout out Thomas, 82-year-old veteran. We were going for young men, but we are so proud to have you watching, sir. But I'll turn that question back over to you guys.
I can hop in really quickly. First of all, another good org that you can join is Vote Vets if you're a veteran. That's one that I've been working with lately. They're really, really solid. But I mean, the original question and the second question kind of connect because it's how you can be activated even when it's not an election season, even when you can't vote. There are ways beyond voting in America to be activated, and that's the beauty. When you're not in election season, you can canvas, you can door knock, you can phone bang, you can volunteer at local organizations or local conventions. You can, post on social media, make videos. There are 100 different ways you can have your voice heard in America, and I think that's the beauty of it.
I do have around 30 seconds of thoughts to add on here. I think that all veterans in America that have served for the American military exist in a very special spot of control over the perception of patriotism in America. Why? Well, because you fought for this country. And forever, the right has been able to take advantage of this word, patriotism, or what it means to be a patriot, and use it to spew this demented propaganda that if you truly love America, you will vote for the right. And that is, in some part at least, helped them win elections. However, patriotism on the right in America in the year 2025 is absolutely dead. Okay, there's nothing patriotic about supporting an authoritarian that wants to consolidate power to the federal branch of our government and ignores orders from the Supreme Court after calling for the termination of the Constitution in 2022. And I feel as if the veterans watching this stream, including the 82-year-old veteran who asked that question, what can you do, is speak up. Say, I'm a veteran. I was willing to lay my life down for this country. I took an oath to uphold the American Constitution. And in taking that oath, I 110% reject everything that Donald Trump stands for and behind. Because, Donald Trump is antithetical to any sense of patriotic values on which drove you to serve our military.
Thank you, Dean. We have one more question for you all. This comes from Regicide. And their question is, how can I effectively communicate my progressive stance to other less progressive Democrats?
That's an interesting one.
I might be able to take this away. So I'm probably more progressive than everyone else on this panel. Likely, it's possible. Okay, and I think it's important to have conversations with other individuals on the left about what the best direction for the left is. I think that we spend a lot of time hyperfixating on the issues with the right, the issues with Trump, and I think that's obvious. It's a given. We live under an authoritative regime. We need to be spending a lot of time focusing on that. But one way or mode that you can have a conversation with other individuals on the left that you may feel are not as progressive as you are, and maybe they have some things they're wrong about, some things they're right about, is to simply talk about the midterms. To talk about who you want to see be running for president in 2028. Bring up the fact you maybe want to see a populist candidate that falls outside of the institution. Talk about who the options are for your state or the representatives in your state, and why the candidates that may be a little bit further left are better fit than the candidates that aren't as further left, that aren't as progressive. And I think that those conversations are bound to occur when we're choosing our representatives, and I think they should occur. They're really healthy. They're good conversations. Because right now we want to be able to replace this authoritarian regime, but we want to make sure what we're replacing it with is as best fit as possible to serve this country. So I think that is a really important conversation to have, and it can be framed really easily surrounding the representatives we would like to see come midterms or even the next presidential election in 2028.
Awesome. Well, we're going to wrap up shortly, but I wanted to give you all just one last chance. If there's anything you want to plug, or if people could be following you, I just want to go around and let you guys do a little bit of promotion of whatever you think that people should hear. We'll start with you, Adam.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for hosting this. I know there are a few panels after this, so make sure you stick around and enjoy it. I really enjoyed chatting with Dean and Representative Frost. I think that this is the way forward. I've been to a few panels and been to a few DC events where it's just like having a bunch of people in the same place working towards the same goal really energizes you and makes you feel like, I don't know, we're going to win again, and we're going to come back stronger. Whenever there's a time of crisis is when you kind of reevaluate. Like during COVID, we did a little bit of a reset to see where we can go forward. That's what the party's doing right now. And I think the best communicators are rising to the top. And I'm glad that we all get to be a part of that. So that's all I have to say. Find me youtube.com/Adam Mockler.
I'll hop in here real quick. Both Adam and Congressman, it was a pleasure to be able to be on this panel with both of you, very similar to what Adam said. It's awesome. It's so cool that there's people out there that are willing to use their voice to be loud and stand against the Trump administration. And more than just using your voice, you, Mr. Congressman, are using your physical exertion of labor at the Capitol, and I think that's quite admirable. But yeah, no, if you want to find me really anywhere, Dean Withers on all socials. And yeah, to the organizers of the event, thank you so much. And to Adam and Congressman, thank you so much for your time on this panel with me.
Yeah, great to be on here with everybody. And I would just encourage everyone, just figure out a way that you can get involved and fight against these fascists and these authoritarians. And to something that Dean said earlier that I think is important. This can't just be about fending off what's going on now. We have to keep in mind the world we want to build. Because I'll tell you, for people who don't know my story, I ran for Congress at 24 years old and was elected at 25. And I'm in my second term. The reason I kind of gave up my 20s to be a congressman is not just to defend the things we have, but because I actually believe in a world in America that lives up to its promise. And that's what I believe in. Ending gun violence, fighting the climate crisis, one job being enough, and making sure that working people are able to have really their basic necessities met so they can start their business, they can do what they want to do in life. And I think we can achieve that. I think we can do all this. But we need to continue to fight for it. And we got to stand up for the future we want, not just the future or not just the present that we're defending. And so I think we can do all this at the same time. And so just get involved, run for office. I got to plug an organization called Run for Something. If you're thinking about running for state and local office, we need you to do it because we need to build the bench. So that way, when a young person gets elected to Congress, it's not a big deal because young people get elected to Congress all the time. We need more people to do this. So get involved, y'all. Thank you for tuning in. If you want to keep up with me, I'm at Maxwell Frost, FL, on everything.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We really appreciate it. This is the first of its kind event that we've done, all volunteer, really trying to connect you guys, Adam and Dean, with these great audiences and voices with folks like Congressman Frost, who are fighting the good fight on the front lines. And thank you for being our initial panel and kicking this off. You guys are great. We're going to be here fighting alongside with you guys all the way through, and we hope to do this again.
Thank you, guys. That was great.
Thanks.
Thank you. It was great. Have a good one, you guys.
Okay. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. It's really fun to see you all engaging in the chat. Evelyn will pass along their thanks. Amber, we're really pumped too that Rep Frost was here. Hank the Tank, same thing. We're really stoked to see all of you guys show up. Again, we started this a couple months ago. A few good friends of mine, we worked together to do live stream engagement. We did some large events with some great gamers like Pokimane and Valkyrie, Senator Bernie Sanders. We worked with a lot of big personalities on Twitch. In 2020, we kind of did the same thing. And we were sitting around like so many other people, just like in the first opening month of the Trump administration, just sitting there wondering, what can we actually do about this? Everybody's angry, but there's not a lot of clear, tangible steps for taking action, especially when some of the institutions that we rely upon are so blatantly under attack. And that's going to be the theme of our next panel. We're really excited to have some folks who've been standing up for the rule of law. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. The lawfare that's been going on, the attack on some of our rights, the weaponization of institutions. Once folks are ready, we're going to get started, but this panel is going to be great. We really would love you guys to put some questions in the chat for people. Hey everybody, and we're going to kick it off here in just a second. And yeah, there's a little bit of a delay on the stream. So we are seeing your questions. We're going to take them, capture them, and make sure the panelists hear them at the end of the panel. So I think we are about ready to go, but I'm going to get a couple more seconds for our moderator to join. And we appreciate you guys. The other thing I want to say is that we're going to connect you with all of the speakers and all the calls to action and all the ways that you can take action via our Substack. So if you could please go to winthefightlive.com and subscribe to our Substack. We're going to connect you with all the voices that you're hearing here, give you the social channels to follow, connect you with their publications, let you know who to donate to, and we'll send you updates over email. So we'd love for you to go to winthefightlive.com and connect with us. We're going to make sure that you all stay in touch with these amazing panelists and stay in the fight. I'm just going to check with the control room here and see if we're ready to go for the next panel. And we are doing this live. This is our first one. So thank you so much for bearing with us as we figure out how to use the microphones. But we've got a couple more hours to go, and this is just going to get better. We are a go. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to introduce our next panel. Take it away, guys. I'll give it to you, Eric.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, guys. We're here because my name is Eric Balsba. I'm one of the co-founders of Win the Fight and a longtime voter protection activist. And I'm here with two amazing humans who have been leading a lot of the fighting and a lot of the discussion online as to what has been happening over the last preceding 4 months since Trump came into office. I will kick it off for you guys to introduce yourselves. AB, you're right to my right. So if you wanted to introduce yourself and to say a little bit about yourself, that would be awesome.
Definitely. Okay, so boom, I am the Legally Hype, or I'm known as I am Legally Hype on the internet. My name is AB. I am a lawyer, but I'm also a political correspondent. So I do legal and political commentary online in a fun way. Y'all like to call it Gen Z language, but I'm Black, so it's Ebonics.
Excellent. Rachel, do you want to just give a quick introduction and we'll get going?
Hi, thanks so much for having me. Thanks, Eric and AB, for being here, and everyone else. My name is Rachel Cohen. Until very recently, I was a hobbyist TikToker, by which I mean I usually logged in with wet hair and released my shower thoughts about the economy or whatever was happening in democratic politics, but by day was a corporate attorney. I recently resigned from my position at my corporate law firm now about 2 months exactly ago over kind of ineffective industry response to the Trump administration's attacks on the legal profession and on the judiciary broadly. So ever since then, I've kind of just been doing a road show, and I'm grateful to be here to speak with y'all about what's going on and ways to get engaged.
Awesome. AB, Legally Hyped. I wanted to check with you first because there's so much going on right now, just in terms of attacks on rule of law, attacks on our politics. What do you see as the biggest things that are going to be threatening us in our everyday sort of life?
Yeah, I mean, so one, it's the constitutional threats, right? So we have all these attacks. We're seeing constitutional threats on our First Amendment rights, right? Where you're seeing people be detained and deported for speaking out against issues like Palestine, right? You see most recently the representative, or was it Senator McIver, who is being charged criminally, right, for allegedly trespassing, but really she was just doing her job as a congressional leader and going to do an oversight check, right? So for doing oversight, right, you're seeing our due process rights be violated, where you're seeing people be deported without any type of due process, right, without being actually criminally charged with anything or criminally convicted, right, without the uncertainty of who you actually are. Are you a citizen? Are you not a citizen, right? Are you affiliated with a certain organization? And it sort of starts there and it spirals. And I think the reality is even when things seem simple, all of this is a test case to try some further, right? To keep it moving and keep the wheel spinning, right? So when you think about, for example, most recently you had children who were U.S. citizens, right, deported with their parents. That's a test case. I went to law school, right? constitutional law, first thing they teach you is the courts and, quite frankly, politicians are very strategic about what type of cases they like to bring forward, because it's all about the facts, what facts look a certain way. But then also when you learn about these cases and you learn about like how the laws are created or how laws are interpreted, for example, it's always like they're very meticulous. They're very particular about, okay, so what facts can we get away with, right? Because I don't have to tell you every little detail. I can tell you that a person was deported, right, because they were not necessarily a U.S. citizen, or a child was sent, a child was sent to another country with their parent. I don't necessarily have to tell you as I'm explaining this case, or you may not necessarily see in the brief of the case that the person that was deported was a 2-year-old child, right? Or that the individual that was deported, was not a criminal convict, right? So it's all those little minute details, right? The nuances in that make it kind of dangerous, and you have to keep your head on the swivel and figure out like, okay, so what's really going on here? Like, why are we moving like this? And at the end of the day, I think we also need to be mindful of the fact that there's only one command that is in the Constitution twice, right? That is your right to due process, the 5th and the 14th Amendment. That means the founders were so fucking serious, excuse my language. They was like, put it in there twice just in case they get confused, right? Put it in there, make sure the states know and the feds know. Due process is the thing, right? This goes all the way back to like Magna Carta. If they didn't take nothing else from when they dipped out of Great Britain, they said, I need due process before you send me somewhere or put me in jail or punish me for something. It's that fucking serious. And it's that serious that it doesn't even say you have to be a U.S. citizen to be, guaranteed due process. It says all people on this soil.
Yeah, that's a very important point. Like everyone's saying, like these are not citizens, right? And like, but you just have to be in America to have due process, right?
Yeah.
And I think that the other thing I really wanted to talk about, because like, one of the bravest things I had seen, in the early part of this administration was you, Rachel, when you sent that letter to the partners of your law firm, and then you went and acted on it. Can you talk a little bit about this attack on big law, and why it should be all like so scary to all of us, and what this administration is trying to do?
Absolutely. And I think it ties back really well, actually, to a lot of the things that AB was talking about in terms of test cases, because I want to compare what they did in Big Law to what they're now doing to Newark Mayor Ras Baraka, as well as Representative McIver, is that in Big Law, we saw a kind of test case executive action. It wasn't even a full executive order aimed at this law firm called Covington and Burling. And that is a large corporate law firm. And in that executive action, they had assisted with the investigation of special counsel Jack Smith, who was looking into charging Trump criminally, right? And so Covington and Burling, this executive action, strips a couple of attorneys of their security clearances. It puts Covington kind of on notice that the Trump administration is pissed off. And nobody said anything. Like, nobody said anything. I had barely read it, and I had friends that worked there that were like, oh my God, are you following what's happening to us? And I was like, nope, working 70 hours a week, sorry. And that's shitty of me. Like, that's the reality of what's going on in a lot of these law firms, is that people are just spread really, really thin. And that's not an excuse, but it is something that makes it hard to pay attention. And I think that's, just as an aside, I think that's true of America broadly right now. And I think that a lot of really important community organizers point that out, that that's intentional under American capitalism to make it hard for people to engage and to stay on top of things. And the Trump administration is certainly taking advantage of that in this moment. So after nobody says anything, then they escalate this attack and they enter an executive order that's targeting this firm Perkins Coie, which had done a decent amount of Democratic representation in the past. They strip Perkins Coie, the entire law firm, everybody of security clearances, which are necessary for certain types of litigation. They strip them of government contracts. They threaten to investigate third parties that contract with the government to see if they are working with Perkins, so they can take those away as well. And as all of this is happening, there's this huge discourse about what is going on, but it is all happening behind the scenes. And so you go and you look at like the Reddit pages for Big Law or Fishbowl or any of these like corporate forums, and people are freaking the fuck out, but then you would go into work and nothing was happening. So I'm asking around within my firm, what am I going to do? Because I was at one of the biggest name law firms in the world, Skadden Arps, and they have a lot of sway and they claim to care a lot about kind of protection of people's rights and the due process rights that AB was talking about. And there's just radio silence. So I'm doing some organizing behind the scenes. I'm doing some external organizing. There's like this open letter. I don't know. It's if anyone is really interested in a deep dive, I have like 40 videos on this on TikTok on a playlist, which is at
Okay,
cohen.48.
Rita.
I will
Better
not.
plug yourself, Rachel.
We don't have
Step
to go.
on me. Don't forget.
But thank you. So then there's nothing happening. There's another executive order entered against another firm, Paul Weiss. Perkins is fighting their executive order in court. They're winning. And Paul Weiss decides to make a deal with the Trump administration. It offers up $40 million in free legal work to get the Trump administration to like leave them alone. And I was on the bus home from work that day because I am a public transit girly. And I was like, wait, they are giving me the runaround when I ask how Skadden is going to meet this moment. This has to be exactly what was happening at Paul Weiss, like until 20 minutes before the New York Times broke that they were in this agreement with the president, which is just so out of, like, it's so out of the bounds of the normal that professors at Harvard have called it a bribe. House Democrats have sent like investigation requests to see what was going on behind the scenes because it's just insane and it's probably not even enforceable. Like, it's not good lawyering. And so I went home and said to myself, I've been doing all of this organizing and it hasn't amounted to anything. And I think that if I believed what I know I believe, which is that this is a fucking coup and this is an attack on the legal system, on the judiciary, on everything else, and that we are on the precipice of not just a coup, but a coup done by the far right at a time where there's huge anti-migrant sentiment, huge anti-trans sentiment in this country. Like, minorities are being scapegoated, Palestinians are being targeted, people speaking on behalf of Palestinians are being targeted. Wouldn't I act differently? Like, wouldn't I just stop going to work every day doing this work? And wouldn't I say something? And I was like, of course I would. And I appreciate, Eric, you calling it brave, but I did this because I know myself, and I'm not brave enough to act if this administration starts making it illegal to, like, be a trans person. Am I brave enough to then go out into the streets and like put my body between trans loved ones and the American Gestapo? Maybe. But I would rather just check to see if I'm brave enough to quit my job and to get a lot of people organized so that we don't have to get to that point. Like, that's actually, it's proactive. It's proactive courage because I know that if we do not act now in a coordinated fashion and stand up for each other and for individual human dignity and human rights, that it will actually get much, much harder down the line to do anything as this government continues to try to make it impossible to criticize it, make it impossible to challenge it in courts, etc. But I think that what we saw, to loop way back around to AB's point, is I think that what we saw with the arrest of the representative is another test case in that they arrested the mayor first to see if anybody said anything, and there was not effective coordinated action. And so they've escalated to
Hey, no, that's not true. That's not true. I don't think so. It was effective coordinated action, which is why they let him out that night instead of waiting until it was on a Friday. So they weren't going to let him go see a judge, and they actually let him out Friday night, as opposed to making him wait till Monday and not seeing a judge. And there was effective action in making sure that the legal process was followed accordingly and according to the Constitution, which is why he was released. However, to be clear, I believe that the threat to arrest Representative McIver that threat had been lingering for some time. So that's the other part. But I also think part of it is, and I think this is part of like the call to action, is us being in unison when we talk about these things, right? Us understanding, us not being stuck in our own echo chambers and our own ecosystems and only talking to the people that we're used to talking to, because that's not working. What we saw during this election was division in a lot of different aspects. And what we need right now is unity, which is why this is called a union. We got to stick together to keep this union together, right? Even when shit got bad, Abraham Lincoln was like, look, the South, I don't want to have to do this to y'all, but I will do whatever I need to do to keep this union together. I don't care how mad you are, how much you don't, you want to keep your slaves, whatever the case may be. We got to keep this union together. Part of the call to action, especially when it comes to our rights, are being unionized and having those conversations and having tough conversations. And again, having conversations outside your group. So I say that not to put you on blast or make you feel no type of way, Rachel, but I say that being in part of the group that organized and that had the conversations to make sure that the mayor got released that night.
No, and I think that something that we always do need to focus on, and I need to be better about drawing those lines, right, is there's coordinated person action, there's coordinated individual action. But where I think that we're failing, and actually, you don't need to apologize for putting me on blast, because Representative Raskin, when I was testifying at Congress, made a very similar point when I said something around like the courts are our last line of defense. And he said, people are our last line of defense, but the courts are second. And so we should be really worried. And I think that that is a rhetoric thing that is coming from backgrounds of being very institutionalist, right? And being really rooted in notions of systems or institutions that will save us. And so that is so inaccurate. And that's very true that there was effective, coordinated grassroots action, which I think is even what we're seeing on this call and what we've seen from groups like Indivisible, from 5051, from Palestinian organizers, etc. I think the electeds are failing in coordinated action on the whole. And I think even the lack of response, I think effective and coordinated response at the elected level related to the arrest of Representative McIver is what's really sticking with me now and making me think about those things in that way. But I think you're totally right.
Yeah, and like I also wanted to bring Adrian Elrod into the conversation.
Sorry for tech issues.
I know. I apologize. We're doing this all on Discord, which is new for some people. But she's been like one of the leading campaign operatives in the country. Was working at Commerce and is just like a great voice in the space and in this fight. So yeah, Adrian, just wanted to toss it over to you to introduce yourself and sort of say hi.
Yeah, thank you so much. Adrian Elrod. I'm not an attorney, but I was supposed to moderate this panel conversation. I really apologize. I just came off the Harris campaign and before that, the Biden campaign. A senior advisor, senior spokesperson, as Eric mentioned. I also worked at Commerce under Biden, doing the CHIPS implementation. And I just, first of all, wanted to just thank all of you all for joining us today. I think it's really important that we get this group back together. When we made the candidate switch during the campaign and we went from President Biden to Vice President Harris, there was really this, of course, everybody certainly remembers this, grassroots swell of just enthusiasm across the board. And there were so many of these calls. There was a Women for Harris call that I think had, several, I think 150,000 people or something like that on it across the country. Obviously, like the White Dudes for Harris and all these different calls, these Zooms that sort of materialized and these live streams to really channel that grassroots enthusiasm. And even though we don't have a definitive candidate for 2027 going to 2028 at this point, I think we're going to have a lot of candidates. Even though we don't have that quote unquote de facto leader of the party, I think it's so important that we channel our grassroots enthusiasm and we get these people together to have these conversations. I mean, Rachel, I picked up on a little bit of the conversation that you were having toward the end. I don't know that this is the place to necessarily figure out every solution, but I do think there is a significant lack of coordination between what's happening at the legal level versus what is happening at the legislative level. I mean, why do we not see Congress amplifying a lot of the legal work that is happening? Democracy Forward is a client that I work with, and I'd love to see, they're doing incredible work, and I'd love to see, a legislative coordinated effort coming from Capitol Hill to really help amplify some of the incredible work that all of the legal resistance organizations are doing. So I just wanted to thank all of you so much. I think we've got to get back to work. We're working, but we have to have simultaneous to a defensive strategy. We've got to have an offensive strategy too. And we've got to, most importantly, keep the faith, keep our coalition that was really, even though we came up a little short in the presidential, the coalition that we built was incredible. I'm personally very proud of it. And we've got to keep that coalition together because that's the only way we're going to win back the seats in the midterms, is the only way that we're going to pick up some governor's races. And it's the only way that we're going to be able to really effectively fight back and win the fight. So I just wanted to thank all of you so much today for joining, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Excellent.
Hey
Yeah, I
guys,
mean, I think
I'm going to jump in here, Eric. We promised our chat. They've got some questions to ask, and we promised we get to them. So I want to just be the chat advocate here. But our man, Thomas Giatara, is back again with a great question. You guys talked about the assault on the rule of law, all the crazy things that are happening, the responses. But one of the things that Thomas asked is, okay, so what do we do about it? And then, Eric, I'm going to pass this one to you because you've been so involved in some of the efforts to fight back against voter suppression. One of the big attacks we're seeing right now is on elections and election administration and people's rights. So I wanted to kick it to you, Eric. You got a lot of expertise here in actually organizing people. What do they need to know?
Yeah, I mean, look, they want to make it really hard to vote. They want to pass the SAVE Act, which is going to be something that requires you to have a passport and a birth certificate in order to vote. If that happens, that's going to greatly affect young people who it's $165 to get a passport and it takes 6 weeks. It's going to affect women who have gotten married and changed their names. One of the things I had saw is well, what if I change my name from what's on my birth certificate? You then have to have your certificate of marriage, right? A guy doesn't have to have that. And you see all these wingers, that right wingers posting about how, well, if women just didn't vote, we'd win everything. That's the worst possible outcome I could possibly imagine, is reducing the voice of women. So it's really, really important that we can get engaged. Now, there are a couple organizations like Vote Save America, and Shaniqua is going to be on one of our later panels. We had a scheduling conflict for right now, but they go to votesaveamerica.com. This is an organization that is fighting for every single day for voter protection, because I believe that voter protection is a full contact sport. It is year round, right? We should be going out all of the time and talking to voters about their rights. If they pass a piece of legislation that says that you need an updated ID or whatever in a state, we should be right there talking to a voter and getting them a new ID or whatever it takes, even if it is a year and a half out from the election. So follow some of those. Next Gen is also doing a lot of work on voter protection. And it's also the online communities that can do a lot of this. I built in North Carolina. I worked at running the national, building out the national voter cure program. And in North Carolina, we won a Supreme Court seat by 534 votes. And the Republicans tried to throw out the votes of anyone that was overseas. They chose counties that were a minority, especially in order to challenge these ballots and tried to overturn the election. What we did was we got a bunch of people from the online group, different online communities, different live streamer communities, and we just went ham and called all of these people, found them overseas, and made sure that they were able to cure their ballots. And that was what wound up winning. That was the vote differential. So anything, you can get involved and sign up for these organizations and do your work year round in order to protect the right of people to vote. And let me tell you, when you help someone vote, you will that's the best you will ever feel as an activist. I mean, so much of campaign work is go knock on someone's door that's had 15 people knock on their doors already in the last 3 days and tell them to go vote. But if you go to their door and they don't know that their ballot was canceled and their voice was taken away from them, and you get them an affidavit and you get their vote counted, that is absolutely amazing. I've had experiences where we had people that were in hospice care in Georgia that were members of Ebenezer Baptist Church, which is where Senator Raphael Warnock was a minister. And, they didn't know their ballots were canceled because they were sick in hospice care. And we were able to help them vote. And there's no better feeling in the world than helping an old woman who had never voted before and voted for the first time because she wanted to vote for her minister and have a black senator from the state of Georgia to represent her, get her vote counted. So there's all these different ways to get involved, and voter protection is a year-round thing.
And I think too, Tom, because I 100% agree with that, but we also have some one-off action items related to holding law firm partners who entered into deals accountable, teaching people how to file ethics complaints with state bars, etc. And those are, again, available on my social media links, and they're more one-off. So I think that we all need to be involved in long-term organizing for proactive stuff, just like Adrian was saying earlier. But also sometimes it feels a little bit good to be reactive and to make sure that we are letting individuals know that we think this is unacceptable.
And Rachel, what are your social media handles again to follow?
Yes, sorry, it's Cohen, last name Cohen, .489 on TikTok and Instagram.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great.
Oh, I
Oh,
can't
you're
hear you.
muted,
Rachel?
Jesse.
You're muted, Jesse.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Okay, so we're going to wrap up shortly, but before we do, that was a great plug, Rachel. Wanted to give the chance for
Okay,
others.
because Rachel she gonna plug for sure. She plugged in the beginning, and you a real lawyer.
I want to give
Well,
everybody a chance to plug. and
the plug.
stuff.
Right,
So-
your commentary is awesome. So
Yeah, we'll kick it around to AB. Do you wanna tell the folks where to follow you and what they should be doing?
You know I do. Okay, so boom, I'm AB. You can follow me on all social media platforms at I am legally hype. That is IAM legally LEGALLY hype HYPE.
excellent. Yeah, no, I think these two are two of the smartest legal people out there, like bar none. And like it's so good to see like the young legal community just really leading the fight, because I mean, like everyone's talking about where the young people are right now and like a lot of different things. Well, they're right here, and like they're the ones that are actually carrying the ball forward. So it literally is my favorite thing in the world.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for joining and for that great conversation. We're going to stay in touch with you all. And again, if you're looking to connect with people directly, to get all those links to who to follow, go to winthefightlive.com, join our Substack. We will keep you all updated, keep you connected, give you the calls to action. We'll also have highlights from this panel and all the great insights that Rachel and AB and Adrian and Eric were able to share. So thank you so much for joining us, guys. We really appreciate you being part of this. We are thrilled to have you, and we'll be fighting with you moving forward.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay. We appreciate, we still got some folks, but it's good. Next up, we're going to have a great conversation. We've talked about so far sort of Trump 2.0, how it's different, what it means, what folks in the Congress need to see from the American people. Thumbs up. We just had a great chat about the assault on the legal system, things to look out for, what we can do, how to stay active. And up next, we're going to talk about the economy. We've seen so much chaos with unpredictable tariffs, crazy trade policy. We're seeing a lot of nuttiness with budget suggestions, pulling federal funding for major institutions, shutting down research. It is not only weird and scary, but also potentially really damaging for the pocketbooks and livelihoods, retirements of millions of Americans across the country. So up next, we're going to have a great conversation about this. And we were really excited and thrilled and honored to have our next set of participants. We are going to talk with a couple of amazing and emerging podcast hosts, folks that my fellow gamers from the gaming community who've created a great podcast to talk about economics. We've got one of America's premier political influencers, and we are incredibly thrilled to be joined by the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. So we are excited about this panel. Thank you all for joining us. And Harry, I'm going to kick it off to you to get us started.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for putting this together. It has been so amazing so far. I've been watching at home, as of everybody else. It's been terrific. And I think this is really the first step in winning back so many people. And I also wanted to say thank you to California Governor Gavin Newsom for dedicating some time to this today. I know you have a very busy schedule with Donald Trump constantly attacking you and your state and making one terrible decision after another. So the fact that you're able to
Harry,
give some time here today is nice.
It's new scum to you.
Oh,
new scum, not new.
That's
scum.
right. That's right, Governor. You're right.
Establish that.
Yeah, let's foundational ourselves here. But Governor, again, thank you so much for being here. I just want to start by talking about the economic decisions that Donald Trump has been making and the impact on your state. Governor, it seems like to me that Donald Trump is almost insistent on destroying the American economy. It seems like you're feeling that in California. These tariffs have really hurt your state and continue to affect Americans across the country. So I was hoping that for some people at home, you could provide some insight on what they're doing to the state of California and why these tariffs that Donald Trump is placing on countries around the world is such a terrible idea.
I appreciate it, Harry. Let me put it in perspective so people listening can understand the state that I represent. It's the size of 21 state populations combined. It's the fourth largest economy in the world from a GDP perspective. We just took over that slot just a few weeks ago with the IMF figures. Again, $4.1 trillion. That is significantly larger than any other state. And so my state of mind is one of vigilance as it relates to the issues of tariffs, because no state has more to lose on the tariff issue and the tariff question in the state of California. Just think about this: 45% of all the goods from China flow into the port of LA. The ports of LA and Long Beach are where the vast majority of the goods movement in this country originate. 90% of the global trade is done on the ocean, on water. And so the ports have been impacted, dock workers are being impacted, we've got truck drivers being impacted, supply chains being impacted, small businesses are disproportionately being impacted. The tariff chaos, the impulse that is that is the quote unquote strategy of the Trump administration as it relates to the tariffs are not only impacting businesses, impacting trade, but it's impacting the coin of the realm, and it's trust, relationships that we've developed over the course, quite literally, of decades, and of course, tourism. We had record-breaking tourism in California. I think a lot of other states could lay claim to that last year. 11% decline, 11% in March, out of nowhere, directly related to the chaos of Donald Trump, the chaos of his trade and tariff policies.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with everything you said. And actually, to build off of that, you and your team had a really fascinating move recently, which was you decided to go into the lion's den. You ran an ad on Fox News focusing on California, but also the country broadly surrounding these tariffs. You talked about empty shelves, no Christmas toys come December. Why did you feel like it was so important to reach out to that audience and let them hear your side?
Well, I mean, I've been doing it for years now, as you may know. I mean, I went on and I had a debate with, Ron DeSantis and Sean Hannity on Fox. I think it's really important. Like, you got to meet people where they are. And, I love Buttigieg, what he's doing there. I love what Bernie consistently does by going on podcasts. People agree, disagree with him, getting out of our bubble. I think it's just critical. And so taking it to Fox and getting on that platform is critical for no other reason. 14 of the top 15 cable shows are on Fox. Democrats are watching Fox. Independents are watching Fox, not just conservatives. And I think it goes to explain more things in more ways and more days about the nature of our country. And look, these guys weaponize grievance. It's surround sound on Fox. The mis and disinformation, just the rank lies. So putting these ads on prime time when Sean Hannity shows up there, Brett Baer's show, is important because we know one guy's watching, and that's Donald Trump. And he needs to understand his recklessness. He needs to understand that he's impacted this country in a way, even if he pulls the knife out of our backs on these tariffs, we're still bleeding out. The consequences are profound. I mean, this is a chaos presidency. This is the worst 100+ days in American history. His ability to damage this economy, to damage the reputation of the United States is extraordinary. And what they're about to do by increasing the debt by $3.3 trillion, the impacts it'll have on our kids and grandkids, how they're selling us out, selling you out, this is very consequential. So there's the why. And we need to take it to these guys. We can't be passive any damn more. We're too timid. These guys shapeshift. We're constantly on the receiving end of CRT, DEI, ESG, everything with 3 damn letters. They seem to be dominating. And it's time for Democrats to get off their dust, get back on the damn offense, and take it to these guys.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I've loved your strategy with your podcast recently, bringing on people from both sides of the aisle, having these really important conversations. But what I will say, Governor, is one of my favorite moments of yours is when you were debating Ron DeSantis and you pointed out how he was losing to Donald Trump in his own state by many points. And he kind of stood there with his PR trained smile and didn't really know how to respond. I think, just one-on-one, I thought that was fantastic, but it's a good strategy. I want to also talk about what they talk about on Fox News. And it seems like a lot of these Republicans have a nasty, no good case of CDS, California derangement syndrome. Your state is the fourth largest economy. You give more to the federal government than you take in. And in many cases, you keep a lot of these red states afloat. So can you please help us understand why these Republicans attack you in the state so often?
Well, what you just said is incredibly important. And I want folks, particularly my friends in Texas, no animus towards the people in Texas, of Texas. You're a taker state, Texas. 7 of the top 10 taker states in the United States of America are red states. The top 4 donor states, balance of payments, are blue states, led by California, 3x more than the next state. Let me be specific so I'm not accused of hyperbole. $83.1 billion. $83.1 billion versus Texas taking $71.1 billion. $83 billion, donor state, taker state, Texas, $71.1 billion. Murder states, 8 of the top 10 murder states, not just dependency states, are red states. Deaths of despair, lower wages, higher infant mortality, maternal mortality, lower productivity. How in the hell are we losing these debates on jobs and the economy to red states? 71% of the GDP in the United States of America emanating out of blue counties, innovation, entrepreneurialism, the dominance of this country. California is the largest manufacturing state. I'm not just talking about coastal elitism. I'm not just talking about technology and innovation. I'm talking about hunting jobs, forestry jobs, farming and ranching jobs in states like California. In states like Illinois and New York, which Trump attacked today, said it won't help those states. 25% of the GDP of this country in just our 3 states. I mean, we've got to wake up to how reckless this guy is and how reckless their rhetoric is, because people don't know the facts. And it's incredibly important that we push back, particularly on economic facts. Harry, last thing, because I think this is critical. Since 1989, I'm in Ronald Reagan's office here, which is just interesting. People forget he was Governor Reagan. So I'm out here in Sacramento at Governor's Reagan office. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, there's been 52 million jobs that have been created in the United States of America. 1.9 million in Republican administrations, 50.4 in Democratic administrations, 2 million, 50 million. How in the hell do Democrats lose on the economic message? We are the job creators in this country. We cannot allow Trump and the right wing and the surround sound and the mis and disinformation on Sinclair Broadcasting, on Fox, One American News, and Newsmax to dominate the national conversation.
That is a great point. Sorry, I'm going to jump in just because we've got some other guys. We have Mr. Atriarch and Doug, some prominent California residents, and speaking to a lot of people about these issues on their podcast, The Lemonade Stand, and we're really pleased to have them as well. And I just wanted to give a chance. I know Doug had a minute signing in. I wanted to give them a chance to say hello and then also just ask a couple questions.
Governor, pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, it's great to talk with you, Governor. Apologize for being slightly late. My internet decided to go out the literal minute we were starting, so that was a fun surprise to deal with. I'm not sure if I missed it. I know regarding, have we gotten to tariffs and stuff yet? If you want to chat about some of what we were interested in, Atriarch.
Yeah, I mean, I did want to bring up, you mentioned the damage of tariffs, and the first question I had was around, I think you're going to have more knowledge, directly on policy and who you're talking to. Where do you think this is coming from? Is this Peter Navarro? Is this Scott Bessent? Is this Howard Lutnick? Is this Trump? Who is making the actual strategy of this, and why does it seem to change so chaotically?
It's all the above, and I'd add Steve Bannon into that mix as well. I mean, these guys are ideological on this issue, and for Trump, it goes back to the 1980s and 90s. He was putting full-page ads out talking about how we were, quote unquote, getting ripped off from Japan. So it's interestingly one of the few things that Trump has been consistent about throughout his career, but he just doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He quite literally, the chaotic nature of these tariffs, by definition, preclude it from being successful. If the whole idea is to get people to onshore and bring supply chain back, they have to be consistent, not chaotic. And we also have to address the fact that you have to be rational. 145%, down to 80%, now down to 30%. And just about, he's negotiating against himself as it relates to China. There's a recklessness in his approach. And so there's no strategy, or there's no industrial policy backed up with a targeted tariff policy. I'm not opposed, and I think most folks are not opposed to targeted tariffs. Biden administration used them, but the Biden administration had the Chips and Science Act. They had the IRA. They had the infrastructure bill that Trump would only dream of to back it up. So a rational policy that was worker-centered, that was worked in tandem with targeted tariffs. That's the approach. But Trump's approach is total chaos, total toxicity, total uncertainty, and total impulse.
Okay, I mean, just to jump on that. So I agree with you. I fully agree with you. I feel like our allies are no longer willing to make fair deals with us. I feel like all the deals he promised to get are not coming through. Japan's not coming through. India's not coming through. Nothing seems to be happening. I agree with you. And I think, despite what you said about the misinformation of news and podcasts, I think this is filtering through to a lot of people. People are generally feeling the chaos. Polling is down on the tariffs, on the economy. He was favored on the economy before the election. Now it's down. However, I think it's worth bringing up that this is not translated to a polling boost for the Democrats, in that people are not seeing them as the good alternative to this chaos. They're just getting more and more disenfranchised and more angry. So I really want you to hone in on why you think that is, and what you think the direction needs to change to get people to trust you, and by extension the large Democrat Party, about these issues. Because the latest polls I've seen show that if Trump is polling worse, so are the Democrats. They're both doing bad.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've been historically low. We're at the weakest point in my lifetime, our lifetime, as it relates to the brand Democrat. And people don't think we're quote unquote on their side. They see us as weak. And so we got a lot of work to do, and a lot of self-reflection, and a lot of, I think, humility and grace as it relates to the party. And so I think that's most important. I think we have to own up to that fact. It is important to be strong. It's important to push back against Trump. I mean, look, I'm coming from the most un-Trump state in the country. You guys live here. We're already involved in 22 lawsuits. We're suing on his trade policy. We're the first state in the country to do that. So we're trying to assert ourselves from a position of moral authority and formal authority. But you need a positive alternative vision. And you need a positive alternative vision where people see themselves. And I think the party needs to reconcile that. We also need to reconcile on some critical issues that we're not in the mainstream. It doesn't mean that we're wrong, but we're not in the mainstream. And some of these things get weaponized, and they get colored in, and they get blown out of proportion, and they deny us the ability to talk about the things that people want us talking about. And it came to this election, it wasn't just about inflation, it was about interest rates and the anxieties around car loans and student loans, and issues related to rents and mortgage. And Democrats also need to be, and I've been on the receiving end of the critique on this, and I think it's valid. We need a liberalism that builds. Democrats need to get out of their own way. The world we invented is competing against us. We need to start building more housing. We need to be big in big things. We need to deliver on our promises in big projects. And that's why I love the whole abundance framework and what Ezra Klein is talking about and others. So we got to get our own house in order. We need to make sure we stand tall and affirmative against Trump and Trumpism. And we need to be strong again in our convictions and clarity of our communication and take the offense.
So I'd love to ask you more about the housing policy specifically in regards to that. So Atriarch and I both read Abundance. I also watched the interview that you did with Ezra. I'm a big fan of Abundance and feel very similarly of a lot of chaos going on the right, but I would love to see so much more happening within the Democratic Party. And that book really resonated with me. Lived in California my whole life. Grew up in Sacramento and then San Francisco. I was in San Francisco when you were mayor, actually. Loved it. And then been in LA since. And something that Ezra mentioned when you talked with him was, he returned to San Francisco after 10, 12 years, and it didn't feel like much had changed or was slightly worse. And so I would love to hear about how you're thinking about tackling specific building. I know that you, for example, pushed higher quotas across the state to get cities to actually build, and there's the lawsuit with Huntington and all that. So I know you've done a lot of work. And my impression, and maybe please elucidate me if I'm wrong, is that there's still so much resistance to building. And when affordability is such a key issue with people voting, I'm curious how you think, we actually get tractable progress on this over the next, let's say, 4 years.
It's Econ 101. It's supply demand. It's not even complicated. And we're as dumb as we want to be. We have to look in the mirror. We've got to own this. We've had sort of a NIMBYistic attitude about things, and then we complain about the cost of living when we don't want any more building. We don't want anything to change. And the reality is we need to change. For things to change, we need to change. And by the way, that's across the spectrum. And when it comes to housing policy, we have to be more muscular. And look, I've said this before, localism is determinative. The state's vision is realized at the local level on housing and homelessness. So now it's about accountability. And you referenced, and it's not a knock on Huntington Beach, one of the most beautiful cities in the country.
Yes.
But yeah, we sued them because they're not zoning for housing. We put 46 other cities on notice. I created a housing accountability unit that actually is getting cities and counties into compliance. And we're now pushing some of the most aggressive bills ever in the housing space. I just linked them a week ago, quite literally, to my budget. So we need business, and we're going to try to muscle our way in to make real this abundance mindset. We cannot afford to continue the status quo. And it's literally, I cannot impress upon folks, those of you that don't live in California, this explains more things in more ways on more days in terms of the challenges the state faces, cost of living. It's fundamentally on the issue of housing, and it has a direct relationship to what's happening on the streets and sidewalks of homelessness.
I totally agree. And I really am hopeful that this makes a big difference. One of the things that when you were talking with Ezra, you guys were talking about high-speed rail. Probably we don't have enough time to get into that, although I love talking about high-speed rail. And you mentioned with regards to how slow it's been, but that it's starting to speed up, right? Like the land rights are now acquired, things like this. For folks outside of California, in the process of building a very long train. And on the subject of how long it took, you said we can lament about it, but we've absolutely learned from it. And so I'm curious for you, like the learnings from that project or housing in California, what specifically is going to be changing going forward for whether you, and even just more broadly across the country for Democrats, what do you think are the lessons of the past 5, 10, 20 years that can be, concretely applied going forward to make a real difference?
I talked about liberalism that builds. Something else I talked about is liberalism that litigates.
Yes.
And that litigation is what's drawing this thing out. We litigate on everything. And of course, so much of the challenge for California on a project. And remember, we're talking about a fully functioning high-speed rail system that doesn't exist in the United States of America. I've taken the baton from 2 different governors on this, and that's why I can't make up for the past, but I can learn from them. But I have to be accountable to the present. And we're now on the other side. We're finally, later this year, laying track. We're on the other side of the environmental review, 98, almost 99% of all of it environmentally cleared. And I'm being specific here. 2,270 parcels have been procured now and are under our possession. So this thing is a go. And I compare that, and I think it's important. And I think it's important. I told Ezra, you got to update in your paperback, your book, because you didn't include the high-speed rail that doesn't exist in Texas. They started theirs 1 year after ours. It's 4x over budget. They didn't lay 1 inch of track because they couldn't do anything that I just said California did, despite the regulatory environment that's very different there. My point is not to excuse California, but to make a point. You got to be big. If you want to be big in big things, you got to do big things, and you got to do them differently. And the issues around CEQA, which for those of you who don't know, is something else Ronald Reagan helped build, ironically, is on the environmental side, and the rulemaking and process is easily abused. And so we have to have judicial review, and we've changed the rules on that to 270 days for large scale projects. It's one of the specific responses to your question. I can give you others, but I'm telling you, we cannot afford to make the mistakes we've made in the past on these large scale projects, and we're finally figuring that out.
Can I ask a broader question? I mean, we've traveled, we've been to Tokyo or Europe, and they build trains there relatively easily with less wealth than we have. And if we can't build it in Texas or California, I just want to know a better idea, maybe from my audience, in a broad way of saying it. Why is it so hard? What is the specific challenge that it makes it so much more difficult here than in other countries where they have, again, less money, less. What is the challenge?
I mean, fundamentally, it's the rules we've created, and the rules were well established and well considered. The rules were around, a sustainable mindset to make sure that we were transparent in terms of protecting our environment. And came out of the Clean Air Act in 1970. They came out of efforts to reduce pollution, air pollution. They came out of a very enlightened process, but they started to get abused, and they became their own clay layer, bureaucratic inertia and litigation and eminent domain proceedings and process that literally paralyzed us. And so, as I say, the world we invented, in many respects, enlightenedly invented, is now competing against us. And I mean this sincerely. If we're going to compete with China, and I think the most damaging thing that's happening right now is not just the attacks on Medicaid, not just the attacks on food assistance, but what's happening to roll back the low carbon green growth agenda, the Biden administration, all those tax credits that were producing real jobs and allowing us to compete against China. If we're going to be able to change the way we produce and consume energy, as progressives and as environmentalists, we have got to get out of our own way so we can scale up that agenda in terms of these sustainable technologies, battery storage, not just wind and solar, and dominate that future and compete globally. So this is an imperative for Democrats and progressives to begin to own up of some of these regulatory thickets that we in the past have championed, but no longer are relevant to the world we're living in.
Hey,
Do you
everybody,
feel like
just jumping
there's?
back-
Oh, sorry.
Doug, I'm just going to jump back in for a second. We're going to do Q&A in a few minutes, but before, I just wanted to kick it back to Harry. We've had some great conversations about California, but the chat's already asking a little bit more about what does this mean for me if I live, in another state?
Yeah, and I think you actually bring up a really valid point there and Governor, you're talking about this earlier of getting out of our own bubbles and being willing to combat Republicans and meet them where they're at. And this is something that you are actually going through right now. You talked about on social media recently this bill in Congress that Mike Johnson is trying to push through. And that's all the way on the other side of the country, but it's going to greatly affect the state of California. Some data you put out about it is that it'll strip 3.4 million people in California of their health care and put an estimated $30 billion in funding at risk. Now, that is no joke. So can you talk about what this bill and what Republicans are doing in D.C., what that means for people in the state of California, but also what it means for people across the country?
Look, I mean, I think everybody across the country, particularly, I think the vast majority of this audience could appreciate these. And I was wrong. I said these guys want to roll us back to pre-1960s world. In some ways, I feel like it's pre-1860s and 1960s on women's rights, LGBTQ rights, on issues of civil rights and voting rights, environmental stewardship. But what they're trying to do to truly vandalize and to wreck the Medicaid system and the impact that's going to have in all across the United States, but particularly in these red states. The great irony of these cuts cannot be understated. And it's all to give this tax cuts to billionaires. People are not even asking for it. I mean, I don't see tons of billionaires are not saying, boy, we've really struggled in the last few years. I mean, it's not even all these corporations. They don't even pay the minimum damn corporate tax. Say, boy, we really need this corporate tax extended. I mean, I don't even know who their damn audience is. To saddle us up with another $3.3 trillion minimum of debt on top of debt, where we're paying more interest now than we do even investing in our national defense. The recklessness is out of scale, but the impacts, these food cuts, food assistance cuts to states, your state, everybody listening, it's not a 10% cut. The way they've actually organized it's almost every state, not every, almost every state, it's a 25% impact on the food stamp assistance. It's next level. It's insanity. And these guys are serious about it. And by the way, I don't even know if you saw it. They actually now, Chris Murphy brought it up today to his credit. They have in this bill, they snuck in, they're going to make silencers legal. They're going to deny states the ability, like California, your state, to regulate sensible regulations on artificial intelligence. I mean, California is the center of the universe, 32 of the top 50 AI companies in the world. States like California will have no right or role in that respect. They're rolling back California's clean waiver laws. They're doing that tomorrow, something called the CRA that impacts you and impacts technology and impacts our leadership globally in your state, in every state. So my state of mind is not just about California, it's the impact we're feeling with these cuts and this assault on our freedoms, our democracies, and our social networks of support that we all have to step up and be held to account for. So we're going to be more vocal. We're going to have people's backs all across this country. Look, I just want to remind everybody, Democrats have to be proud of. We should not be on the defense when it comes to the success of our policies and our values. Quite the contrary. And I think if there's any message I just want to reiterate, it's one of gratitude to you guys for platforming this kind of conversation and platforming like-minded people to be more proud, not just assertive, as it relates to the policies that progressives have long embraced and that are under assault at this moment.
Thank you so much, Governor. We really appreciate that. And speaking of platforming, we're going to go to Q&A time once again officially. And while thanks are going out, I really want to thank Doug and Atrock for joining us again. For folks that don't know, Atrock's been streaming this to his community of fans, and they've got some great listeners over at the Lemonade Stand podcast, which I would encourage everybody to go check out. You go to winthefightlive.com.
Come on sometime, Gavin.
Appreciate it, man. Trust me, I got 4 kids, so brother, it's on my TV 24/7. So I feel like I'm already.
I want to watch that, man. I want to watch that.
I got my Q rating just went up when I get home tonight. My son in particular.
Yes. All right,
But
You have no idea.
You can name drop us.
I did want to kick off the Q&A section though with you guys, Atrock and Doug. Just, you've got so many folks streaming right now. Just curious, like what kind of questions you're hearing from them that
sure.
the governor might be able to answer.
Yeah, I'd be happy to pull some from chat. They might not be the smartest questions in the world.
That's okay.
They may be the best ones though.
Listen, I can pull a theme here that I see over and over in my stream content, and this is a lot of younger people, right? And the thing they are most worried about, not just in California, most of them aren't in California, it's housing prices. I feel like that's the most radicalizing thing for all young people is they feel like they don't have a real ladder to the normal American experience. They can't see any possible future for it. And it's leading to all sorts of financial nihilism and crypto scams and everything they got to do to try and find a way onto the ladder. And so none of this stuff Trump is doing is helping, but this stuff was a problem in the 2020s. It was a problem before that. And so I guess I want to hear your thought on that and what they should expect from a different leadership. Yeah.
I thought it was interesting. I mean, it was everybody's talking about what Kamala Harris should or should not have done, and could she separate herself a little bit from Joe Biden, and was that a tactical mistake, The View, et cetera. But one of the things she did do is she talked a lot more about this issue than the Biden administration candidly had been on the issue of housing. It was one of the things she came out when she started to frame her own economic vision. And it was so interesting, to your point, and to, I think, the theme of people that are watching. It's so resonant because it impacts all of us as renters and those that aspire to be owners in the future. And we have a generation right now, there's so many people writing about this, Richard Reeves and Scott Galloway talking about this, particularly for young men, which is a deeper issue that we do need to be talking about as Democrats. We cannot cede that to the Republican Party and to watch that get weaponized in the way that they do it. The Josh Hawleys of the world, and obviously, I won't even get into the other cohort of folks. But the issue of housing is something we can control, and we have to own that. I passed, and I don't even want to get into defending my record because it's not good enough. 42 housing CEQA reform bills. I'm proud of the work we've done to put more attention to this. But reason I just said, I'm literally connecting my budget this year in California, which is the largest budget in this country, to dramatically more significant housing reform to build more housing, is because I deeply appreciate the anxiety that your viewers and those that are chiming in feel. And we have to address this issue, particularly in blue states. We have failed on the issue of affordability. We own this, and we need to own the response.
Can I ask one follow-up really quickly? Just on that, it'll be really quick. This is my worry. This is my worry on America in general, is that, okay, if you do these things and they work, let's say we do get high-speed rail you can actually get in. Let's say we get housing that actually is coming down in price. Will people recognize that, give credit, and give a vote? Is our media environment so cooked that people will not? Listen, you have to do it first. I'm not giving you credit for it till it's done, right? But if it happens, will people?
But
Okay.
I'll just give you I'll just remind you what I said. 52 damn million jobs have been created since '89.
Yeah.
2 under Republican. The last 3 Republican presidents have one thing in common: recessions. Joe Biden, 16.6 million jobs, blew past the COVID. So don't give me the COVID number bullshit. He blew past it in 18 goddamn months. Excuse my language, folks. Literally 8 times more jobs, 8 times more jobs in the last 3 Republican administrations combined in just 4 years. And he got no credit for it. So what you just said is spot on. I'm leaning in, and I totally get the frustration with that. And so you're right. That's our job. We've got to start communicating more effectively. I love that. By the way, I'm an entrepreneur. I started a small business right out of college, pen to paper, part-time employee, Pat Kelly. I grew it to 23 businesses. I'm not trying to impress you, but to impress upon you my passion for entrepreneurialism. Thank you, Lemonade. I love what you guys are doing. I love you're talking about entrepreneurialism. I want the Democratic Party to own this space. I want to seed this patriotism, service, a community. That's the spirit that finds the best of this country in our party. But we've got to be more aggressive on communicating our successes, owning up to our failures. At peril, this son of a bitch, Donald Trump, is going to shapeshift and convince young folks that he actually has their back, or even working folks back, which is anything but. He just did the biggest tax increase on everybody watching in American history with these damn regressive tariffs. Give me a break.
Okay,
Sorry to be
I got to jump in,
guys.
Oh no, it's amazing.
It's fantastic. We love it.
We are so proud. We're so happy that you're here. Thank you so much for sharing. And our chat is just exploding with questions for you. So I'm going to try to get through one of them. Hank the Tank, I promised I'd ask his question. Question for Governor Newsom. If California's lawsuits against Trump succeed, what will their effects be?
We were involved in 122 lawsuits against Trump 1.0. We won over 80% of them. We crushed them. And that's why I did a special session right after he got elected. And we put $50 million into a fund so I don't have to go back to the legislature to get more money for litigation. We sued on his cuts to AmeriCorps. I mean, the best of America, volunteering and finding a sense of community and belonging and working together across our differences. The guy gutted the program that Sarge Shriver started and Kennedy popularized in the 60s. We're going to win these lawsuits. We're going to restore the funding. We're confident we're going to win on this tariff regime, and that's going to impact every single person listening and watching. Back to that caller or the person watching says, what does this have to do with me from another state? If we're successful with this tariff lawsuit, that will directly impact you because it will be thrown out. His ability to unilaterally impose these tariffs under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. He doesn't have that authority. We're going to win that case. So in every one of these instances, we are confident we're going to win. And in those areas we're going to lose, we're going to at least slow down the destruction.
Okay, another question that's coming up quite a bit. A few have asked. So I think we've talked about affordability. We've talked about housing. I think a lot of people are just asking about the homeless policy. And, what can we do? I think also people are asking about militarization of police. And I think I think there's a lot of folks who are concerned about unhoused communities and the policies affecting them and the idea of trying to do more.
Yeah, look, I mean, in 2004, California had, and I'll just give you a sense, California is outsized, about a quarter of the nation's homelessness. And that's been the case for over a quarter of a century. In 2004, we had a peak number of people on our homeless count, 188,000. We're just shy of that right now, 20 plus years later. So we've been running in place. It got really bad, and now it's starting to get a little bit better. But no one wants to celebrate failing more efficiently. America saw it's an actual number, 18.13% increase in homelessness across this country. Unsheltered numbers in places like Florida went up almost double digits. And so this is impacting people all across this country. Again, it goes back to housing and affordability. What we're doing in California is we are flooding the zone in reforms, flooding the zone in terms of support, the most significant mental health supports in American history. We just announced our $6.38 billion of new capital infusion, new reforms in terms of helping people off the streets called Care Court. We did some conservatorship reforms that we think are thoughtful. We are doing more to address encampments, $750 million to do resolutions to help people and the underlying issues related to encampments. And we're doing some novel policies, Project Home Key and Room Key, won't bore you with them, that we think are nation leading and are very impactful, but we have to scale it and we need more accountability at the local level. Back to this notion, state's vision, national vision is realized at the local level. So partnerships with cities and mayors, more accountability, but we cannot afford to continue to excuse people dying in the streets and the sidewalks. It is a disgrace. And for those who want to criticize what's happened in the streets of California, you're right. I hear you loudly and clearly. And yes, I look in the mirror every morning and I take deep, deep pause and deep accountability for doing more as governor in partnership with my 480 cities across this state. And we're doing everything in our power to be thoughtful about this, to be compassionate, but also to be more assertive than we have in the past.
Thank you so much for that candid response. I think people are really, really appreciating it. Last question for you, and then we'll do a round of plugs. Okay, so question for the governor. Are there any plans for nuclear energy in the future of California and the nation? And also, we've heard this a couple times, what's your favorite type of coffee?
By the way, if you give me some fancy coffee, keep it. I can't take it. If it's some slow drip nonsense, I can't take it. Give me a 7-Eleven coffee any day of the week. I'm at Chevron, even though I got an electric car, I admit that. Don't call me an elitist. But if last time I was at Chevron, I'm like, love that coffee in the little quickie mart. That's my kind of coffee. That's number one. What was the nuclear, more substantive issue. So,
I love them.
Hey, guys, folks kind of went nuclear on me. Full disclosure, I kept open just a couple of years ago the last remaining nuclear plant, Diablo in California. And I did it because it's 100% green. I did it because it helps us with the duck curve that allows our battery storage. By the way, 15,700 megawatts, just announced that today, which is unbelievable. More installed battery than any jurisdiction in the world outside of China. Don't tell me that we can't transition to low carbon green growth. We ran the fourth largest economy in the world with 239 days last year, with at peak during the day, 100% renewable green energy. But that included 9% base load on the nuclear. And so it is an important part of our transition. And I think Democrats, we need, particularly young folks, I don't think we should be as quick to be judgmental against nuclear if we're going to get to where we need to go in terms of our climate goals. And I know that's not universally accepted or popular, but that's my humble opinion.
You got two supporters here. We're both big nuclear fans.
Brother.
We're spreading the word. We're trying. Yeah.
I appreciate it. It's safe, obviously. No one's being reckless here. My God. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I wanted to just be able to do a round of sort of plugs and asks. Again, we started this because people were just asking, what the hell can I do? Feeling alone. And we want to bring people together and give them some thoughts about what they could do, who they connect with. So I wanted to do a round of plugs. And Harry, I wanted to start with you.
Oh, I mean, plugs in terms of social media platforms.
Yeah, let the people know how to find you.
Sure, why not? I'm Harry J. Sisson on everything, HarryJ SISSON. That's me on every platform, trying to reach every voter that we can and, at least let people know that Gen Z is still involved and interested in making this country better.
Awesome. And where can we find the Lemonade Stand podcast, guys?
You can find that on YouTube at Lemonade Stand Podcast. It's me and Doug here, and then our friend Aiden, and who's also part of a podcast called The Yard, which is pretty big. And we discuss politics, tech, news, business, all the above in a humorous way. And We're happy to have you on sometime, Gavin.
Yeah. I think
I
we're both,
appreciate you, man. I love it.
all three of us are very
We're
interested
fellow
in
podcasters.
solutions. And
I love
Yes,
that.
yes, we're fellow podcasters.
yes, on the same playing field,
We're on
really.
the same. We're all making
I don't
it up.
know, man. I mean, just hey, my first podcast. This I hope get some credit. My first podcast was with Marshawn Lynch, which I still do. Beast Mode, and we talk about sport,
Go Bears.
anything but politics.
Hell yeah.
Anything but politics.
Sure.
And of course, I got the Gavin Newsom show. Talks, pretty much all about politics.
Yeah.
I want to see your fantasy lineup, Governor.
I'm ready. Let's share.
Yeah, let's
Happy
go.
to.
Yeah. Anything you want to leave the people with, Governor Newsom? Thanks again.
Just
for
gratitude,
joining.
man. Anyone that's anybody, I just know this for a fact. You can't, you can. I'll defend this point of view. Kingdom come, man. If you're tuned in, you're not checked out. If you're tuned in, you're not falling prey to cynicism, and you're taking whatever anxiety and fear you have about this country, and you're stepping up, and that's pretty powerful and amazing. And so I just want to express again, just deep gratitude and respect. You're the antidote by definition. All of you are the antidote to that cynicism that a lot of people are feeling out there. So just stick with it. We're going to get through this moment. We always do, but we won't get through this moment unless we all recognize we have voice and we have a choice. And the fact that you've chosen to join today is a big deal. Keep sharing your voice with passion and action. As they say in church, as we pray, move our feet. And so get out there, agitate, be authentic, learn from, don't follow others.
Thank you so much. And we're going to have links to stay in touch with everybody, places to support folks at winthefightlive.com. You can join our Substack, connect with us. We'll get you connected with all these great participants. Thank you again. We really appreciate your time, and we hope to do this again with you sometime soon.
Appreciate the opportunity. That was a blast.
Thanks so much.
You.
Thanks for all you're doing.
Thanks,
guys.
everybody.
All right. Okay. So, thank you everyone. That was awesome. What'd you think, chat? What did you think? That was really exciting. I think beyond our wildest dreams when we started this project. And again, we're Win the Fight. I'm Jesse Thomas. I'm one of the founders and leaders of Win the Fight Live. I also have a podcast called Staying Wide Awake, which you can find at our Substack at Win the Fight Live. We are pumped about that panel. We started this because, again, we were sitting at home, angry, concerned, feeling a little helpless and isolated. Some of the folks at Progressive Victory, some great friends who you'll hear from later, including Eric, who you heard from on the panel before. We came together, we said, hey, we've done all these great live events. It's missing in the space. How can we get people connected who want to take action with people like Governor Newsom and coming up soon, Senator Booker, who've been taking action and can point them in the right direction. And that's how this started. And we appreciate you all signing up, coming out, joining from whatever community you're tuning in from. Thank you for joining us on our first event. If you are watching somewhere else on another stream, go to winthefightlive.com to get connected to our YouTube Live. That's where we're taking questions to ask our participants. There's a little bit of a delay on the stream, so we do see them, but we're going to ask them in the last 10 minutes of each panel. And again, you can find our YouTube chat at winthefightlive.com. Coming up, we've got a couple more amazing conversations. We're going to be going all the way till 10. So stay with us, grab some coffee, whether it's from Chevron or whatever, or like me, you like the good stuff. Strap in. Up next, we've got an amazing panel on national security. A lot of folks are scared and concerned about not only sort of some of the points of view of folks now in charge of our national security system, but they're incompetent with things like Signalgate, putting our troops at risk around the world, and maybe doing, all sorts of untold damage to our national security infrastructure. So we've got some great folks joining, folks who've served us as public servants, folks who've served us in uniform, folks who've served us around the world. They're going to come up momentarily and share a little bit about what we actually need to see and what the threat is, with a panel that we are calling Serving Country, Not King. Why our troops and vets deserve better. So we've got some amazing folks from, we've got folks with incredible social media reach. I want to shout out Jolly Good Ginger, who's going to come on and join us. He's been an amazing advocate for this event. He's helped us promote it. He's been inspiration from day one. He joined our organizing calls. He said, hell yeah, let's do this. So we're so happy to have him on here and to welcome his audience. I just wanted to give you a shout out, man. And we've got a few others as well. And I think once we're ready here, I'm going to turn it over in a second to Ambassador Rufus Gifford, who's going to lead our conversation and introduce our panelists and sort of introduce our topic. Again, today we want to talk a lot about not only like what's wrong and what we're scared about and what we're facing, but also what we can do about it. We've got folks who lead amazing organizations here. We've got people who have served in Congress who have a great perspective about what needs to happen in Washington, D.C. And we've got great communicators and messengers. And so we're going to hear from all of them. And again, not just about what's scary, but maybe about some of the things that we can do together. I'm just going to ask control here if we're ready to go. Everybody turn your cameras on, please, if you can, and your mics, and we'll be ready here in just a second. We got them coming in. And okay, thanks, everyone. I'm going to turn it over now to Ambassador Gifford.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Hopefully everybody can hear me. So I'm Rufus Gifford. So thrilled actually to be moderating this extraordinary panel. So in this space, I have been Senate confirmed twice. I was the United States ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark. You may have heard a little bit about Denmark and Greenland over the course of the last several months. You may know I have extraordinary strong feelings about the topic. And in the first bit of the Biden presidency, I was chief of protocol of the United States, which essentially means that I was sort of a primary liaison between foreign governments, foreign leaders, and the Biden administration on the soft power side, in essence. So it coordinated all the state visits, all the visits, if any time the president, first lady, or vice president interacted with their counterparts. So I say all that by way of background. It's what I come to this conversation with. I care very, very much about the American role in the world, American leadership globally, and frankly, am tremendously disturbed by the unraveling of American leadership, especially over the course of the last 120 days. So let me introduce our panel here. Our first, truly, none of our panel needs any introduction here. Our first is former Representative Adam Kinzinger, former member of Congress and Lieutenant Colonel of the Air National Guard. The second, our second panelist, who only goes by one name, his name is Jolly. Combat vet, social media activist, and former military intel collector. We have Jason Kander, Afghan vet, podcast host, and former Secretary of State of Missouri, is with us here today. And we have Janessa Goldbeck, a Marine Corps vet, and is going to speak on behalf of Vote Vets with us here today. So, all right. So, guys, we have so much to talk about in the limited time we have. And I'm just going to I'm going to start with Congressman Kinzinger and go to you first. So, look, I'm just going to throw out a few of these things. And I think every day throws another round of issues straight in our faces. So let's talk about Trump and Russia and Putin, the call yesterday, the fact that you are seeing the United States align with autocrats of the like, unlike we've seen before. We're talking about Canada poking our best allies in the eye. Again, potential military engagement in Greenland, this chaotic implementation of tariffs, which taking away all the economic arguments, which of course we could make here, also goes, in my mind, to erode trust between us and our best allies. Sending folks to or being willing at least to potentially send American citizens to a prison in El Salvador, being willing to receive a $400 million 747 from the government of Qatar, profiting for foreign investors investing in Trump's crypto scheme, and the first family clearly profiting from foreign investments in crypto. Talk about the insecure. All of us certainly have experience with secure communications. Think about the way folks like the Secretary of Defense and so many others have used Signal to talk about war plans, and Panama and so many others. So this is just scratching the surface. I know it is. This is a list of issues that I came up with quickly. Congressman Kinzinger, what is, so whether it's one of those or something something else, what should we be focused on right now? What are our greatest concerns, and what can we do about it?
Well, look, it's good to see everybody. The thing that I'm most personally concerned about overseas is the war in Ukraine. I mean, I think this has the potential of really redefining the world, honestly, and causing my kid to have to go to war someday, because we know that when America steps back, chaos follows, or Russia or China. Domestically, though, how are we, what's the best way to go after Trump in this moment? The thing I worry about so much is with all this chaos that's happening, that we lose like our institutional morals, like the morals that we're kind of built with, that we just know is right and wrong. And when you have leaders that are like so unmoored from truth, we all of a sudden start spinning, right? People need leaders. And so I think the best thing to focus on, frankly, is corruption. It's corruption, and it's on top of that, you tie it to the fact that Donald Trump and his family are profiting. I mean, remember they coined the term the Biden crime family. I mean, that's laughable in comparison to what's going on today. And then I think pointing out the fact that at one point, and granted he's stepping away from the administration, but he's endemic of it, Elon Musk is standing on the stage of CPAC with a chainsaw. This is going to be the guy that's probably going to be the first trillionaire in the world. And he's telling you what you can live without. He's giggling while he's cutting the things that we need. So I think those are the big things. Obviously, veterans, stuff being cut. But I think the corruption is the thing that's going to tear through, because I think no matter who you are, corruption feels gross, and you recognize that it's stealing from you. And so, but obviously as time goes on, we're going to see, we're inundated by this fire hose right now. And it's like, we're kind of like deflecting everything, and it feels like we can't go on offense.
Yeah, absolutely. Jolly, over to you from where you sit. It's obviously, as a combat vet, how do you think about this? How are veterans feeling right now? And how should we be talking about some of the issues, some of the cuts? The congressman mentioned some of the Doge cuts and others. How should we, one, be communicating? How should we be talking about this? And what's the actual impact, both on the battlefield, both overseas, but also domestically with military families and veterans?
Yes. So number one, the oath that I took, that every veteran took, is the same oath the president takes to defend the Constitution, foreign and domestic. And the number one threat to our country right now is sitting in the White House. So he's, everything he does, everything that Adam Kinzinger just mentioned, plus everything you mentioned in the leading up to the question, are the things that he's doing to undermine national security. But people are underestimating also. When you cut veteran benefits, when you fire veterans, when you're threatening our disability, when you're threatening our health care, when you're threatening our very existence, who wants to sign up and join a military that then won't take care of you once you're home? Now, this has been, the card the Republicans like to play is, well, there was VA issues before Donald Trump. There wasn't 80,000 VA employees getting fired until Donald Trump. There wasn't mass across the board firings of probationary employees, which are predominantly veterans who have stellar careers and resumes before Donald Trump. So, when I was in the military, when I first joined, we had to shine our boots because I'm old. And so, I hated the way that boot polish smelled, but some of my fellow veterans love the way it tastes, the way they're licking boots right now. So when I see veterans licking the boots of Donald Trump and kowtowing to the bullshit that he's saying when you know it's bullshit, when I see veterans who went overseas and saw the same shit that I saw, and then you come home and dare say that we're not in a democratic collapse. See, the beauty of deploying overseas is seeing things that you never would have saw from the podunk town that I grew up in, and that is what a country looks like an absolute democratic collapse. What a country looks like when it's being overran by organizations who seek a caliphate religious state. And I argue tooth and nail that the far right is seeking a
Christian caliphate in this country, and that we are in absolute democratic collapse. When you don't obey a 9-0 unanimous decision by the Supreme Court, when you lock up judges, when you bring charges erroneously to a congresswoman who's doing her constitutionally protected job in the state she was elected in to do it in, we're in democratic collapse. And it's our job as veterans to be the voice to say, we will defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And if the guy in the White House won't uphold his oath of office, who will?
Thank you. That's I love that. I do. Jason, over to you. I think, based on your experience, obviously you've served. You see what's happening at DoD right now. You see the leadership of Secretary Hegseth, or lack of leadership of Secretary Hegseth, thumbing his nose at so many of these institutions, talking the way he deals with some of these extraordinarily secure systems. What's your sense as a vet? Like, how should we be thinking about this? How should we be talking about it? And I think so much of what we need to get our heads around too is how can we convince others that this stuff actually matters, and that's something that I struggle with every single day.
Yeah, I think the first thing to keep in mind is that when you think about it, the way Pete Hegseth is running the Pentagon right now, the only real reference point is action movies from the 80s and 90s. I mean, if you believe that a strong military is one where absolutely every person is, the one storming the castle. I mean, like that's what those movies taught us, right? Like, one of my favorite dumb movies of all time is Iron Eagle, where somebody, no offense to Adam and the Air Force, but where somebody launches an entire offensive without any use from us ground pounders, right? And like, we had a problem 20 years ago where Donald Rumsfeld thought that's how you did things, right? They were like, let's just send in some dudes in black pajamas and we're going to make everything work. Who cares if they have armor? And now we have like the worst version, the worst cousin of that running the country. And Pete Hegseth, who likes to say things like, oh, when we give any sort of training on diversity or sexual harassment or that sort of thing to our troops, we're somehow weakening them because otherwise they would be out figuring out how to aim their M4s better, which is just a complete fiction. Like, you show me the toughest warfighter in the military right now, and I will show you someone who spends 95% of their time in the military not doing that. And the point here is that we actually, prior to the Trump administration coming in, had the most lethal, the most effective, and by far the most professional military in the history of mankind. And so when you come in and decide, oh, well, we have this idea that the military should look like the one that Pete Hegseth wanted to be in but wasn't in, so they kicked him out for failure to conform to the environment. That's what we used to call it in officer candidate school. That's somehow what the military should look like. What you're doing is you're making us all less safe. Because you're running, it's ironic because they like to claim that wokeism is hurting the military. They're running a backwards social experiment on the military where they kick out anybody who doesn't fit their central casting idea of what the military was supposed to look like in a Clint Eastwood movie. And all of a sudden we have a military that's not as strong, not as lethal, and not as effective as the most effective, lethal, and strong military in the history of the world, which is the one we had before Pete showed up.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. Janessa, over to you. So obviously you work for Vote Vets, and so the work that you do every day is talking about this issue, talking to vets. And so tell us how we should be, I think building on what the congressman, what Jolly, what Jason said, how should we be thinking about this? How should we be talking about it? How should we be amplifying these issues in a more effective way?
I think, starting with the frame that Congressman Kinzinger put out in terms of corruption is so important. Like, when you serve in the military, I served in the Marine Corps with people of all backgrounds, all stripes, all ideas and ideology, but you all know you're being held to the same standard. You're all sort of fighting towards the same common cause, whether or not you agree with each other on the politics of the day. And that sense that it is a meritocracy, which Pete Hegseth has come in and sort of made up is a new idea that he just invented, means that everyone is competing on an equal playing field. And this administration is not. They are robbing us. They are taking money out of our pockets, whether you're a veteran, a military family member, anybody, a senior on Medicaid. They are coming for our hard-earned dollars so that the richest people in the world can get richer. And I don't know, I read Alexander Navalny's autobiography after the election, and it doesn't have a happy ending, but the way he built political power in a time when people in Russia were feeling extraordinarily demoralized because of the situation they were in under an authoritarian regime was about highlighting corruption, highlighting how this administration, how the Russian oligarchy was not just enriching themselves, but doing so at the expense of everyone else. So when I think about the idea of, slashing 80,000 workers from the VA, when I think about the cuts to Medicaid that are on the table right now, when I think about how these tariffs are harming veteran small business owners and small business owners around the country, which we are hearing from veterans and their families all the time, every day, that this is real. These are the things that Democrats need to be talking about to highlight the differences between, these aren't just differences of ideas and policy. This is difference of how you govern and whether or not governance is about enriching the very rich already or actually helping people. And that isn't a right or left issue. I was just in Cedar Rapids, Iowa last week with Pete Buttigieg. We did an event out there, intentionally went to a part of the country where Democrats haven't necessarily performed well to talk with vets and military families about the issues that we're facing them. And we heard from a veteran who owns a chocolate shop in Cedar Rapids, and he's like, the price increase of cocoa has rapidly bandied about in the last couple of months. How can I run a business without any sort of certainty? And we're seeing that not just, at a chocolate shop in Cedar Rapids, but all across the economy. So these are the things that we need to be highlighting. We need to make sure that we're going to places and having conversations in places outside of our traditional bubbles. That means being uncomfortable, being willing to be challenged. And I hope, and I've seen from all of the folks on this call, the willingness to do that, to be courageous and to have those conversations, because a lot of times people just have questions that they would like to have answered. And if we are ceding the ground in those spaces, then those questions are never getting aired and appropriately addressed.
No, I love that. It's so much of what we need to do is bring the issues that we understand as having served our country back home and to figure out how to translate that effectively. I love it. I do. So I want to talk just really briefly about kind of the American role in the world and how Donald Trump both essentially kind of rolling back. So the geopolitical isolation, which is essentially what American first foreign policy is, what that means, what it does, especially as he sort of very blatantly kind of pokes some of our best allies in the eye. And I want to read a message that I received from someone I don't know actually, but I got it on social media. And then Congressman, I'd love to, I'm here with 4 military veterans, so I'd love to get your thoughts on it. I bet all 4 of you served with Danes at one time or another because they're a phenomenal ally to the United States. Rufus Gifford, Danish Army officer here. When I served with American troops in Afghanistan in 2015, as a token of appreciation from a U.S. Army officer, I received the flag of the U.S. at the end of my deployment. This particular Stars and Stripes was given on behalf of Marco Rubio. The U.S. officer was from Florida and had flown in D.C. September 12, 2015. Do you know where I can return the American flag to? I don't want to keep it anymore, and I feel bad throwing it in the trash. So as the former ambassador to Denmark, when I received this message, I'm not kidding, I got emotional. Because this shit is actually, it is fucking, sorry, excuse me, I assume I can curse on here, is fucking heartbreaking. Because
you're good, say it, preach.
Thank you. Because for the last 80 years, this has been what the American partnership, American leadership globally has been actually what made America great. And I'm curious, Congressman, starting with you, hearing stories like that, knowing that we've lost the hearts and minds of the men and women who have fought and died alongside all of you. How do we deal with that?
Yeah, we basically shot ourselves in the nutsack for no reason, right? Literally. And so it's the greatest self-inflicted wound. Here's 2 points. The first up, I always said in Congress, because that's why I went into Congress, was the whole idea of America's role in the world. And I said, look, my view of our mission statement is simple. It's to be an example of self-governance to billions of people that don't have what we have that are desperate for it. And I use that as the example, like the thing that actually took down the Soviet Union and destroyed the Iron Curtain. Yes, to an extent, it was our military and it was, bankrupting the Soviet Union. But in reality, it was our ideas, because we were bombarding our ideas over the Iron Curtain, and it was the third generation that came along and said, screw this, we don't want to live in this tyranny. That's what America's example is. And so the other thing is this. There's this idea, and you saw this in Pete Hegseth's kind of dripping with contempt, signal chat. This idea that the world is freeloading off of us and we're doing a kind service to the world. Now, look, I think America as the world leader is the best option out there. But I want to be very clear. We didn't build the post-World War II order to be nice to everybody else. We built the post-World War II order to benefit us. There's a reason that we had a massive explosion of manufacturing in the United States in the 1950s, because manufacturing was destroyed all over the world. We were in a position to inherit a lot of that manufacturing, which is why we then became a chief exporter. There's a reason that we are in charge of freedom of navigation of the seas, because we've chosen to do that, because that allows us to write a lot of the rules that benefit us. And so when Pete Hegseth says, yeah, screw the Europeans, they're not doing enough. By the way, there were British and French ships there at that time, I want to point out. But the other thing is, we've told the Europeans that's a job we're going to do. We're going to be in charge of freedom of navigation of the seas. You guys can do what you can to help us. And so all this was built for our benefit. And so what we're doing right now is cutting our arms off so that we can say that we lost weight. And it's insane. And ultimately, the problem is we're going to realize this. The average American is going to realize this, and it's going to be almost impossible to correct it. And that's what my biggest fear is, and it's why it's so important. Can we sustain this for 3.5 years? Maybe. There'll be some real damage done, but we have to make sure that, obviously we're keeping this torch alive so that when the next president comes, we can kind of relight it, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you. Jesse, you reemerged, because that means that we have questions from the audience.
Question time. You got it. You're starting to get the hang of it here. Thank you so much, everybody. This has been an amazingly powerful conversation. I got some folks here in the room with me that are like, hell yeah. So thank you. But Wowman542 asks, and I think Jolly, it'd be great to hear from you on this one, given your comments earlier. What can be done to reach and change the minds of veterans who unironically support the collapse of democracy in favor of a Christian theocracy?
Oof. We have another 30 or 40-minute panel. We can start over for this question. I mean,
yeah, in a month or next week, maybe.
Yeah. The problem is, I think myself, I've watched family members who have fallen down the cult rabbit hole. People who I know are good people who, I've loved my whole life, and I don't know that I can get through to my family members to drag them out of the cult of personality, which is MAGA. So how do we get veterans? I don't know, but this might not be the answer that the commenter wanted, but I'm going to be blunt and honest in my answer. I don't actually give a fuck anymore. I think that the 50-meter target is saving America. I think that if, there's an old story, you might have heard it, that Harriet Tubman, everybody knows Harriet Tubman, I hope you know Harriet Tubman, General Harriet Tubman, who led the Underground Railroad, and there was people who would delay her progress when they were moving people across the Underground Railroad, and the story goes that she would shoot them. And I'm not saying shoot anybody. I'm just saying that when we're trying to save America, when democracy is literally in the fire pit and the flames are high, I'm not here to convince the assholes who should already know better. In my opinion, if you serve this country, if you've been overseas, if you've seen how these allyships work, the congressman just got finished talking about our relationship with other countries. Dude, one of the most all striking things that I experienced while being in the military was watching how strong our bonds and allyships were with some of these other countries and how important that was. Some of the coolest things I went through was ceremonies where, as a soldier, I hated standing in fucking formation for 30 minutes, but it was cool to watch how my country and another country were so bonded through shit that happened before I was even born. And so to have this guy show up, this bag of mashed potatoes, Donald Trump, who just shows up and just shits all over everything that we've had for 50, 60, 80, 100 years. I don't think we recover from this anytime soon. I don't think we get these relationships back very easy. So for veterans who should already know better to be licking the boots, fuck them.
Jesse, do you mind if I speak to that for just a second?
No, please. I'm just going to ask Jason Janessa if he had something to say. Go ahead.
I think it's really important when we think about how to persuade vets ideologically to remember that the fact that a slight majority of veterans lean conservative, or in this case toward Trump, it shouldn't be an indictment of them as veterans. Like, I don't want people to be too discouraged about it. I want people to remember that if you show me any American workplace where the vast majority of the people who work there are men, and it is disproportionately drawn from the South and the Midwest and from rural areas, I'm going to say to you, that's probably a pretty Republican-leaning workplace. And so it's important to remember that, yes, these folks we're talking about are veterans, but they probably went into the military with parents who were conservative and parents who have been voting Republican, and they probably went home to a community of people who were voting Republican in a lot of these cases. So while I think it is important to appeal to them as veterans and to talk about America's leadership in the world and to talk about the fact that when we were in the military, we had socialized medicine, housing, and food. And so, this rough, rugged individualism, this fiction that we've come up with, maybe a little further from the truth than we might remember it. I think it's also important to, as Jolly was saying, to remember that at the end of the day, it's math, and what we need is 50% plus one. And so if you identify somebody who doesn't seem persuadable, whether they're a veteran or not, focus on the person next to them. Perhaps their spouse is persuadable. That's been my approach, is to remember that they're drawn from a more conservative base. And just sort of in the defense of veterans, it's not like the military made us conservative. A lot of people went in that way.
Yeah, I'll double tap on that, which is just to say that, in the 2020 election cycle, veterans were the second largest demographic to shift to Democrats. So that was obviously they shifted back, as did many other demographics in 2024. But veterans we were talking about this a little bit earlier, we are multifaceted individuals. I am more than just a Marine Corps veteran. I'm a woman, I'm a Californian, I'm a skateboarder, a lot of other things, as is everyone else on this call. And so there is a persuadable slice of folks in every demographic, and it's important to speak to folks through those frames, but also not just write off entire populations because of jobs that we've had in the past.
If I can say one thing for 10, 15 seconds, just so I can clarify, because listening to how you responded, I agree with both of you. Obviously we want to persuade anybody. I'm just saying that I really want us to also all remember that I truly think we're in the middle of a democratic collapse. I really think that we're not even yet feeling all the things that are a result of what Trump has done. And we do need to build community. Building community is the number one thing we can do right now. But we need to be ready to literally save America. I guess that's the message I was trying to get across.
Amen. Time to get wide awake. Okay, one question here, and I think to some of the folks that might be working in the political arena, this question is just coming up a lot. A lot of folks want to take action. They're feeling a little bit overwhelmed by the current political situation. But this question is from Michelle Green. I had the pleasure to hear Mr. Kinzinger speak last week in Park City. How do we get someone like Mike Lee out of office in an almost totally red state?
Who's that question for?
Anybody wants to take it, but you were mentioned in case you have any thoughts. Yeah.
Listen, that's a tough fight, honestly. There's sometimes we just have to embrace reality. I just spoke to a group last night, and I made the point, look, for the next year and a half, and actually if you were in Park City, I think Reed Galen made this point. for the next year and a half, we have to embrace the fact that it's going to suck, right? Embrace the suck here. I mean, that doesn't mean that we sit back on our haunches. In fact, the opposite of it. So if you think back to the Tea Party in 2010, the Tea Party got going in the equivalent of August of this year. And that's when you saw this massive rise of protests and everything else. That's already started. That's important because what you do by that, what you do by compelling members of Congress to have town halls or making it uncomfortable when they don't, is you remind them, you're going through the process of reminding them that they don't work for Donald Trump. That's the key, because they think they work for Donald Trump. I mean, I've heard my old colleagues say, like, I have to do what Donald Trump tells me. That means you think you work for him. So that's why things like that are important. I think, but it's understanding, here's the most important thing I can give you right now. That burden you all have on your shoulder that I carry too, to save the whole country right now, drop that burden. Because the reality is we all have to do this together. It's not on your shoulders alone. And the enemy we're battling, the chaos energizes them. They love the chaos. So they're doing Adderall and cocaine every day on the chaos. For us, we get exhausted by it. So that's why it's so important for us to take time for our mental health, to use that word, to say, if I need to check out for 5 days, I'm going to check out for 5 days. Because the one thing that's going to guarantee we lose is if you lose hope. And so I think that's the most important thing I can say. Put the pressure on them, but don't lose hope. Because when you lose hope, then I think it really does make it really tough to win at that point.
And just to put a finer point on it, we need to embrace the suck. We need to be ready, for I think you said next year and a half. What are we trying to get to in the long term from your point of view?
From my point of view, we're trying to get to 2028. Look, 2026 is the time where we can put a roadblock out there. Now, so far, the good news is the courts have seemed to hold. That's a good thing. I think we should celebrate that. Now, there's always going to be the question, because they kind of have already ignored the courts, but it's like kind of iffy because they said you have to try to facilitate. So that the big question is going to be what happens when they do a full-blown ignoring of the Supreme Court. But our key here is to get to 2026. My recommendation to Democrats is this: pay attention to men. Start actually talking to men, because that's the demographic, as Jason was talking about. I think it was Jason that mentioned that you're losing. And get back the middle class voter. And this may be a 5 to 10 year project, but that Bill Clinton voter, the ones who, voted Democrat when I got elected, that ended up all being Republicans, those are the people we have to go back and win. So win the House, give a shot at the Senate. That's a tough battle. And then the big key is 2028. And I'll just say, to finish that up, whoever's president in 2028 needs to spend the first year clawing back the damage that's been done, and the next 3 to 7 years putting guardrails in place to make sure this shit never happens again. That's what I think.
Jesse, if I could add one other thing to that, which is, if we're going to talk about corruption in this administration, we need to be able to look pretty hard at the whole political ecosystem. There is a reason that more people didn't vote for either candidate than voted in the last election. People feel like the system is rigged. And I think that Democrats have a substantially different message and intent than the MAGA right. But when we don't pass legislation to allow members of Congress to trade stocks, when we're not willing to point out some of that corruption and rot in our own institutions, we lose credibility. So I think we can't just be against Trump and the MAGA right. We also need to be for things that matter to people in their day-to-day lives. We need to be communicating about that, not just reacting to Donald Trump and the chaos that, as the congressman said, is just the thing that's feeding their movement. And we need to put that vision out there equally as aggressively as we are fighting in the courts and in the realm of public opinion.
If I could also add real quick. So if you want something different that you've never had before, you have to do things you've never done before. And this desire by Democrats to stick to the old way and do the old things is not working. I mean, listen to the people that are voting for you. 77% of Democratic voters care about what's happening in Gaza. Democrats refuse to fucking talk about it. It's a genocide. And then now we're listening to Trump say, well, Israel is trying to drag me into a war. No shit, dude. And so like we're not listening to the base. We're catering to this moderate idea. Maybe I can catch the Republican voters who don't want Trump no more. What about the voters that want to vote for you? Listen to what they're saying. Fix the health care. Yeah, and we're talking about veterans, and I think that veteran health care is so important. But might I just add that health care for everyone is important. Housing for everyone is important. Veterans are more privileged of a demographic. We selflessly served our country so that everybody would have housing and health care and the things that we care about, not just us when we get out. So I think that the Democrats need to dramatically change how they're doing things. Jasmine Crockett's up to be the ranking member of the Oversight Committee. Make her. It doesn't need to be this seniority thing. The next 76-year-old guy in line is not the guy. So Democrats need to shake up how they're doing things, listen to the people that will vote for them, listen to their base, and stop sticking to the old way that's not working anymore.
Amen. Thank you so much for that, Jolly. I mean, I think we're going to have a couple more panels, I think, on some of the topics you all brought up. After the next one, there's a panel all about men and how we tried to work them back into the party and back into the movement without sacrificing our values. That's going to be an important one. I really appreciate you all coming here. We have another one on how to fight coming up next with Senator Booker. But this has been incredibly inspiring to hear set of heroes who have served our country in various ways. And I think for me personally, I'm inspired because it's going to take all of the above approach. And I think we're going to have to keep going now, come together, keep having these conversations. So thank you. I'd love to give you all a chance to plug where folks can find you, what they should be doing. So we could go around quickly. Jason, where can we find your podcasts?
I co-host the Majority 54 podcast on the Midas Touch Network. So thanks for asking.
Any plugs for you, Janessa?
No, just if you want to get more involved and see what veterans are doing to fight back, votevets.org.
Congressman?
Yeah, I would say, look, my organization's Country First, country1st.com. And then follow me on Substack because I'm putting out some, some barn burners on that one. So,
Jolly?
I am Jolly Good Ginger on all social media platforms. And you can also find me in the streets of DC protesting this bullshit.
All right. And Ambassador, any closing words?
Oh, thanks, Jesse. Yeah, you can find me on all social as well, or I just had Rufus Gifford as my handle. But just thanks all. I love this conversation and really just appreciate so much that what this group of people have done to serve the country and just continuing to do, and because without a doubt this is service as well. So I appreciate you all very, very much, and I loved the conversation.
Thanks, everybody. We hope to see you again soon. Thanks for joining us. And thanks for those watching and in chat and participating. Once again, you can check us out at winthefightlive.com. You can join our Substack there and subscribe. We will connect you with all these amazing voices, keep you hearing from a diverse array from perspectives from people who really give a shit about doing the right thing at this time for our country. We will keep you apprised with updates. We will connect you to actions that you can take. We will also share the snippets and great bits of this conversation that you may have missed. So go to winthefightlive.com, join the Substack, and stay connected with us. Up next, incredibly excited for this one. I think as we were all sitting at home again, sort of wondering what the hell can we do, we put this live stream idea together because we felt like nobody was taking action. And then one day out of the blue, we see a 25-hour marathon speech that shook, I think, the core of America a bit and people, and let some steam out of the valve of people who were incredibly upset and got a win in the media space after weeks of being dominated and feeling depressed and in shock and awe. I think this was one of the first cracks in the assault coming from the new administration, led by Senator Cory Booker, who are very excited joining us for the panel coming up called How to Fight. Again, our theme of this program is hearing from the folks on the front line of the battle for democracy about what Americans across the country can do to help them and to stay involved. So I think we've got an amazing panel set up. We've got some great folks from the media space and some great leaders and some great activists. So without any more delay, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Chris Mowry. We're very excited to lead this conversation for us, and welcome to any Chris Mowry fans. You can leave questions as you see them if you're watching in other places in our YouTube chat, which you can get to through winthefightlive.com. And thank you so much, Chris. I'm going to turn it to you and let you take it away.
Cool. Thanks so much, Jesse. I appreciate everybody who's watching, who's tuned into this stream at home. I know I want to say a big thank you first to the organizers who set this up, because it's been really great. So my name is Chris Mowry. I'm essentially post on the internet about how much I dislike Donald Trump, usually in a very passionate way, like whether it's at my desk or in my car, yelling a lot about what's going on in our country and the serious threat we face. I'm joined by Senator Cory Booker, who obviously many of you know, and Shaniqua McClendon, who is the head of Vote Save America. And the goal of this conversation is, to both of you, I think the most common thing I hear these days is, Chris, I hear you. You've caught my attention. I wasn't passionate about this before, but we're facing serious threat, the threat of authoritarianism or fascism, the things that Donald Trump is doing to this country. But I don't know what to do next. How do I actually get involved? What can I do, whether it's on a day-to-day basis or even broader than that, joining organizations? What can I do to help fight? And I think so often I get caught in this trap where I'm like making videos and it's like, gosh, this is really intense, kind of depressing. Obviously, morale is not very high. And it's like, you want to be able to at least direct some of that anger and energy somewhere. So I first want to start with Senator Booker. Sir, it's good to see you. You sat on the floor of the Senate for 25 hours. And I think that that's a good place to start. I want to ask you, what was your goal in doing that? What did you hope to achieve? And in a lot of people, really, that I heard from personally, got involved from you doing that. It was incredible. What did you hope to achieve, and what would your answer be to people who ask, I hear you, Senator Booker, you've caught my attention, what should I do now?
Well, first of all, it's great to be with you. I want to be very candid here that that was a result of New Jerseyans being upset with me, frankly. I represent them, and they were challenging me to why wasn't I doing more about this crisis. And in January, February, I would tell folks I was working around the clock. I was trying to fight a lot of the things Trump was doing, and people just really believed I needed to do even more, that the Democratic Party was not stepping up to this moment. And I was getting stopped in the supermarket by people, and when I would tell them, look, we're in the minority, and I'd get people joking with me, are you an American or an Americant? And people were calling out to me who knew me back in my days as mayor, where I did a 10-day hunger strike, where I lived in a mobile home and parked it on the worst corners. And they're like, where's this guy that we voted for that used to do things that were out of the field of normal? Well, this isn't a normal time. And so my staff and I took that to heart. People challenging me made me circle my team up and say, guys, they're right. My constituents are right. People are getting hurt. People are losing health care. People are losing funding for their education. The constitutional principles of due process are being violated. We've got to start doing more. And so I decided that we were not going to let the Senate go on as normal business, and that we would disrupt the Senate. And more than that, that I would try to stay on that floor for as long as humanly possible, knowing in the back of my mind, I didn't say this, that the longest record for speaking on the floor was done by a segregationist named Strom Thurmond, that he held the record. And that the guy, in fact, in 1957, when he held that record, at the very same time he did that, within days, a guy named John Lewis, a 17-year-old, wrote a letter to Martin Luther King that changed the course of American history, because King wrote him back, sent him a bus ticket, and he went to go see King and started to become one of the greatest advocates and activists in our country. And I wanted to break Strom Thurmond's record. And so we said three things. One is we're going to disrupt the Senate as usual. Number two, we are going to center the stories of the people in our country who are being hurt by the actions of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And then number three, we were going to tell the truth. One, that we've made mistakes. I've made mistakes. That we have got to all do more. And the call was really to try to inspire people that all of us should be leaving our comfort zone in a time where so much is on the line in terms of our Constitution, in terms of our health care, our retirement security, our support for the disabled. So much is on the line people's free speech rights being abridged, people being disappeared from our streets, when so much is on the line, cutting for cancer research, cutting for scientific innovation, when so much is on the line, private businesses, law firms being attacked unless they come heel before the president and pay him off. So much is on the line. The question has got to be, what are you doing? And leaders don't lead by words, they lead by action and example. And they lead by showing other people that all of us have to lead. And so that was our goals and that was our ambition.
That was incredibly, incredibly powerful, Senator Booker. I think that relates partly to a lot of the work. I know, Shaniqua, we were talking briefly before this call, and you do some really, really, really impressive work at Vote Save America. Can you talk a little bit about that and how almost you can, Senator Booker has heard the American people and a lot of people who feel like they're screaming into this darkness, and how you may be able to, the work you do to maybe engage some of those folks or what they can do to take on the fight. Tell us about what you do. All of that to concise. Tell us about what you do.
Absolutely. And I think I'm going to frame some of this really to kind of build on what Senator Booker just said. And thank you to everyone who organized this and having me here today. I will start with something my therapist always told me. She said, you can be uncomfortable for a really long time by not addressing a problem, or you can be uncomfortable addressing it, and then you can get past the discomfort. And so I think what Senator Booker said about us like sacrificing getting out of our comfort zone is absolutely necessary right now if we don't want to live the rest of our lives this way. And so as to actually getting involved, again, Senator Booker just said his constituents confronted him with not doing enough. And that's why one of the things we're telling a lot of people to do right now is call your member of Congress. I know sometimes people feel like that does not matter. I used to answer phones in the Senate, and lots of people called us. This was right after the Affordable Care Act was passed. So people had a lot of feelings, but we tallied up all of those calls and letters that we got, and we reported those to Senator Hagan, who I worked for at the time. And those things actually did have an impact. And when she was up for re-election in 2014, we looked at all of that. We looked at how people felt. But when she had to take those votes, it was really important to know how her constituents felt. But oftentimes, it's the loudest voices who are calling in. So anyone who is like hearing me right now, it is not weird to call your member of Congress. And it's actually really important because Fox News mobilizes their audience all the time to be angry and call members of Congress. So we have to have our voices recorded. And then, I work at a company called Crooked Media, and Vote Save America is our political action companion, if you will. And again, Senator Booker went to the Senate floor. We spend a lot of time with our show Pod Save America getting people's attention. And then they get so activated by what they're hearing that they want to take action. And that's when they come over to Vote Save America. So that is where you can go to votesaveamerica.com. You just sign up. We get your zip code so we can direct you to the member of Congress to call. But especially y'all who have platforms, model that behavior for your audience. Tell them why you're doing it. And it does have impact. You all have a lot of credibility with the people that you are in your audience. And I know it works to get people to do that because that's what we've been doing at Crooked for 8 years now. Our hosts of Pod Save America, John, Tommy, and Dan, they have so much trust and credibility with our audience that when they say you should call your member of Congress, they call their member of Congress. And so you all have that same amount of credibility and trust. And so don't feel like no one's listening to you. People already like you and listen to you. And so that's the second thing I say you can do. So you call, but then get your audience to do the same thing.
Yeah, no, that's beautifully said. I think that like even in some of the work that I do, being young, I'm 23, even though I look like I'm like 17 years old. I talk to a lot of younger people who generally kind of in a world, a political world that feels like so much. Sometimes it can be difficult to just realize that like it's something as little but big at the same time as just calling your representative, whether it's your local representative or federal, member of Congress, can go a really, really long way. And you can start, taking those steps day to day to, take that energy and feel like, it's being directed somewhere. So I think that's really important. Going back a second, Senator Booker, I feel like a lot of people also ask me walking into this, and this relates to the conversation of like, what went in to 25 hours on the Senate floor? I'm sure you've been asked this question a million times, and I was texting friends about it as I was watching it, and I'm like, are you like, I don't know that,
25 hours is a really long time. Like, how are you feeling at like 23, 24? Like, where were you at mentally? And how long did you sleep afterwards?
Well, I didn't know that I could make it the full 25 hours and break the record. That's why we didn't create the expectation. And I did a lot to prepare for it, from dehydrating myself so I didn't have to go to the bathroom, to, literally having Motrin in my desk. I was slipping the Motrin in for a lot of the soreness that I was feeling going through it. But you asked about the 23rd hour. I'll be honest with you. You learn in life that the body has limits, but the spirit has none. And I was really buoyed by the end there, by a gallery full of people on both sides of the political aisle that were in that room. A Republican senator passed me a note to cheer me on. And I say that tonight to let folks know that we need 4 Republicans and 4 Republicans on the House side, 4 Republicans on the Senate side. In the same way Susan Collins, Murkowski, and John McCain helped us save the Affordable Care Act with John McCain's famous vote no. We need to appeal to everybody. But I also want you to know something that you already do know, and I know for a fact that Shaniqua knows this. I stood for 25 hours, but right now in America, there is somebody on a third shift in a row who's serving at a diner. And she's catching that third shift because somebody's been able to look after her children, and she knows she needs that money because a full-time job at minimum wage in most counties in America is not enough to meet the needs of a family. There's somebody working in a hospital right now doing jobs that are really, really tough, changing bedpans and sheets and keeping the place clean so that infections don't spread. They do long shifts. There are firefighters right now, as this president's cutting FEMA funding and personnel, who do 16-hour shifts, literally staring at the blazes that seem hot as hell. So as much as I got a lot of attention and focus for standing for 25 hours, we have too many Americans right now that have to do these long shifts because we've seen stagnant wages for pretty much my entire lifetime, while the wealthiest in our country have done really well. And I'm not hating on success. What I am hating on, though, is a tax bill like the one that's in the Senate right now that's going to give the wealthy who don't need tax breaks and gut the programs that working people are relying on, like Medicaid, like food stamps, like a retirement security. And so I'm grateful. It meant a lot to me personally to take a avowed segregationist, to take his record where he was trying to block civil rights. But my hope really wasn't for me to stand, but for me to inspire other people to work, to protest, to demonstrate, to do things that they don't normally do, so that we can not only save our democracy, but help to bring about the time when our democracy is going to be more just and more fair, and that we truly will be a nation that serves the dreams of everyone.
Yeah, honestly, chills is the only way I can put that. Like, it was very, very powerful, and I think it actually relates to something both of you mentioned. Shaniqua, when you first started, you mentioned it literally felt like I was talking to my therapist who I talk to every Thursday about being, I'm trying to learn being comfortable, being uncomfortable, or the idea that you can sit with a problem for a long time and be uncomfortable, or you can go out and maybe try to solve that problem and be uncomfortable.
I love that you, as a 23-year-old guy, are modeling that we have strength through vulnerability. The fact that you talked about having a therapist right there, if you were I might hug on you, man, because not enough guys especially are open with that. And to show that real masculinity is about being vulnerable, is about telling the truth, is about saying things like you just said that could help somebody else right now who's struggling with mental health. I mean, we still have suicide rates in this country that are so much higher. The biggest institutions we have in America to help people that are struggling with a mental illness, with disease, is our prisons and jails. I mean, literally, LA County Jail and Chicago's jail are the biggest facilities where we put people that are struggling with mental illness. And so many people don't ask for help. Now, I don't mean to keep bringing things back to what the Republicans are threatening to do and what Donald Trump already has done, which is cutting mental health services for our veterans, cutting mental health services for Americans writ large, putting people in more horrific circumstances where they are more having their mental health under assault, like whole-scale firing of people who were doing jobs like the one I was talking about in a hearing with the Secretary of State today in Darfur, which is the greatest humanitarian crisis on the planet Earth right now. And they were standing in the breach to stop people from dying. And we now know that children, thousands of them, have died because America has pulled back. Thousands of people, I should say, because we've pulled back on our support. So I just have to. You said we gave you chills, brother. We want to give you a lot of props too for being so candid, so open, and showing. And again, we talk about the strength of women, the strength of womanhood. I want us to start talking about what it means to be a man and the strength of manhood. And you really are demonstrating that, and I appreciate it.
I appreciate those words a lot.
Senator Booker, you might like our next panel, so stay tuned. All about talking to men about how we do this work together without sacrificing our values and showing some of the things that Chris represents as well. But I'm back to do Q&A and be the voice of the chat here. So thank you so much for this conversation.
What are you hiding under that hat?
We look the same. I'm just a little less clean. It's been stressful putting this together. You guys' schedules are hard. My beard's a lot grayer now.
Especially with Chris, it's got he's just putting it in my face with all that hair.
People are trying to cancel us for a minute. They didn't work. And thank you everyone for joining. But the question we had for the chat was from Robin Levinson. Senator Booker, you need to round up all the Democrats that are willing to fight in the open and take action. Words are nice. Action is better. What else can you guys do?
Well, I love people like that because we should be demanding more of our officials. I finished my 5 hours and one of my constituents said, all right, that was amazing. That was great. What are you going to do next? And I'm like, whoa, let me recover for a second. But they challenged me. So what did I do next? We went out to the Senate steps, me and Hakeem Jeffries, and did a sit-in for an entire day from sun up to virtually sundown. And we've got to all keep pushing ourselves to be creative in this cause. Because again, I would like to tell you that it was my eloquence as a senator that convinced John McCain to vote no, but it wasn't. It was thousands of Americans demanding from Republicans. It was these amazing, beautiful children with disabilities that called themselves the little lobbyists, who were literally in their wheelchairs rolling up on senators and calling to their conscience about what the impact of the bill they were pushing was going to do to them. And so I'm telling you right now, everybody who hears my voice is more powerful than you realize. And the most common way people give up their power is thinking that they don't have any in the first place. And what we need right now is people to understand that the power of the people is greater than the people in power if they use it. And so what I want from folks, and I'm going to continue to try to lead by example and think of creative ways to break through, to engage, to activate, to inspire. But I lean on the people in New Jersey that are doing that are showing up in the rain to marches, that are finding creative ways to put pressure on Republican congresspeople in purple districts. Because right now, this is the last thing I'll say, this is the problem we have. And Thomas Jefferson said it. And no, I'm not going to sing anything from Hamilton, but I'm going to lay it plain. Jefferson said this very clearly. He said, when people fear their government, there is tyranny. When the government fears its people, there is liberty. And there's a whole bunch of Congress people who know this bill is wrong, but they're going to vote for it right now because they fear Donald Trump. They fear what Trump will do to them more than they fear their constituents. So until they get the message that you should be afraid of us, because if you vote for this, you will be gone in 26. We need to get more people active saying that, not just Democrats, but Americans writ large. The more active we are in sending that message, the more successful we're going to be in stopping a lot of this bad stuff that's happening.
And quickly, Jesse, before you go to the next question, I think again that it all like ties in perfectly. Shaniqua, like you were talking about, being comfortable, being uncomfortable, something as simple as like calling your representative and a lot like one by one, these small actions, whether, sometimes when I'm in Northwest Georgia, I'll go out in like a Kamala Harris hat and people will look at me funny because I'm in, somewhere. But I've had people come up to me and say like, "Hey, that's like really cool. That I've never seen someone wear that." And I would never do that, but I like that. Like these small changes that may feel uncomfortable in the moment, or calling your representative, or going to Shaniqua, I believe it's votesaveamerica.com. And looking at some of your options there, like those are all steps that may not feel big, but they are. They're huge. They're massive, because Donald Trump would like to make it feel like it's impossible for us to do anything, but it's all a guise. Sorry, go ahead, Shaniqua. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I want to add in really quickly, like being visible also matters. If you are scared to death to call your member of Congress, wear that t-shirt or go out to that protest. If there are 5 people at a protest versus 500, the 500 person protest is going to end up on the local news. And then the people sitting at home watching the news are going to see that. Or if you wear the t-shirt, there are so many people who live in really conservative places who feel really alone. And so wearing that t-shirt is an identification marker for them to say, oh, wow, there's someone else like me and I can connect with them. So be visible. Just that matters too.
Perfect.
That's perfect segue into this next question from Ton McDonald. Coming from a red state, Texas, I feel like I'm trying to fight an uphill battle. Any suggestions or ideas on educating the public?
In Texas, I'd say the first thing is it's hard to register people in Texas. They've made it very hard. But join organizations that are registering people. I'm not from Texas. I am from North Carolina. But Texas has a lot of people who are just not registered. I think if you want to talk to people, talk to the people in your communities about not even who to vote for, but why it's important to vote, why the decisions being made around them are affected by who's in office, and especially talk about local races. I think it's really hard in a state as big as Texas to talk about, Senator Cruz or Cornyn and, they need to do this and it's going to change my life. I have a classmate who is a county judge. I thought it was like a judicial position. It's not in Texas. It's someone who makes a lot of decisions about, I think, billions of dollars. It's Harris County where Houston is. And so really connecting the dots for people about why their water may be dirty, why all their power went out when there was a snowstorm, like talking to people about the things that affect their everyday life will go really far. But please don't feel like you are fighting an uphill battle. The young woman, Lena Hidalgo, that I went to school with, she beat an incumbent Republican who had been in office for some time. So all of those little steps you're taking are contributing to that. And they want you to feel like it doesn't matter, but it does. And I've met some of your legislators. They're great. It's happening.
Can I just hallelujah amen that? Because I was just down in Harris County a few days ago, and you are 1,000% right. I met with a bunch of local activists in the Democratic Party, and they're just frustrated because these are incredible, inspiring leaders, but they just need more people to engage and get involved up and down the ticket. And local races really do fuel ultimately not only real change in your communities, but they set up a platform for larger victories. And the last thing, there's an influencer I follow, a young guy who posts videos about the data from elections, and he keeps arguing that you do not need to even register more people to vote, which please register more people to vote in Texas. But he just shows if you notched up the voter turnout by just 10 or 15% amongst Democrats in Texas, you would win every statewide election. So it's a lot of it is just, as King said, what we have to repent for is not just the vitriolic words and violent actions of the bad people, but the appalling silence and inaction of the good people. And so local activism, pulling more people, educating more people, getting more people out is really the way that we're going to turn it. And right now, I'm watching that Texas Senate race, and I just want to tell everybody right now in Texas, Paxton is challenging Cornyn and is 16 points ahead. But Paxton may be the advantage in the primary, but right now he's polling behind possible Democratic challengers. So we could put Texas in play. There's a whole bunch of House seats in Texas that are in play. Texas could be the state in which we change the House of Representatives and bring the Senate back into balance.
Amen. Let's do it.
I like it.
Senator Booker, I'm just going to take a personal privilege here as the organizer of this event. We have you on the line. One of the things that was so impactful for me about your speech and the work that you've done since is I feel like up until that point, the entire nation was just on edge and feeling very helpless and feeling very hopeless. And I think one of the things that as a political junkie and nerd and organizer and professional, a lot of the times colleagues and friends and those who follow the news closely want some sort of legislative victory or some procedural thing, or they want power back that we just don't have. And I think what you showed is just winning a news cycle, winning the moment, and just cutting through is so essential when we are facing this shock and awe assault. And, are there other, is that part of your motivation? And do you guys think about that? And what are ways people can try to do that kind of thing, maybe even locally?
Absolutely. This is what Donald Trump does. He knows if you're talking about him, he's winning. If we get him, if he gets us to center him in the story, that he's the main character of the story, he's winning. I think that if we get us to center other people as the main story, then we are winning. He's trying to, in this attention economy, to dominate the attention. And we've got to start to scratch that record, break that pattern, and begin to take back attention and refocus it on people. And so that's why we said we're going to try to do something that we think breaks through by talking about Americans reading their own letters and their stories. And what was amazing to me is on TikTok alone, we got 340 million likes, and it happened. But I want to tell you more powerfully than that. We are all ancestors, descendants of these artists of activism, who didn't always win their immediate mission, but sent ripples into hope that changed this country. The best example I have that, as quickly as I can tell you, is that Edmund Pettus Bridge, this bridge named after a grand wizard of the KKK, marchers in March of 1965 tried to march across that bridge, got stopped by Alabama state troopers, and they were turned around. They were turned around because they were beaten viciously. People call it Bloody Sunday. But on that same day, there was a white guy on a couch in New Jersey watching TV. And he was so shaken by what he saw that he got up and thought he'd go to Alabama, but realized he couldn't afford a plane ticket. He just started a law firm. And so he slumped on his couch, but then he thought to himself what Shaniqua's been trying to say so eloquently. He thought to himself the same thing. I'm not going to let my inability to do everything to undermine my determination to do something. I'm going to do the best I can with what I have where I am. And he made this meager calculation that he could afford one more hour of pro bono work, called around New Jersey who needed civil rights help in our state, found out that there was this group trying to stop real estate segregation in New Jersey, which was really bad. And he started to represent this organization called the Fair Housing Council. And they would send black couples to look at houses in areas that they weren't selling. And then when they were lied to and told it was sold, a white couple testing it would come out and expose it. They got good at it. 5 years later, 4 or 5 years later, this family's coming up from the South. They look at a home, they fall in love with it, but they're lied to. They're told it's sold. They send the white couple out. They find out it's still for sale. The white couple puts a bid on the house. The bid is accepted. Papers were drawn up. And on the day of the closing, the white couple didn't show up. The black man and the lawyer did from the family confront the real estate agent, who's so upset that he's caught and exposed that he stands up and punches the lawyer in the face, sings a Doberman Pinscher on the guy, the black guy. Those guys get out of there, thankfully, not too badly hurt. They write legal letters. They win the day when the family finds out what's going on that owns the home, sells it directly to the black family. And then the black family moves in. And 43 years later, the baby from that black family becomes America's fourth black person ever elected to the United States Senate, me. I'm sitting here as a U.S. Senator who grew up in this amazing community, amazing town. By the time I was 18 years old, I was an All-American football player, president of my class, honor society, had nurturing soil. All of that was made possible because one white guy on a couch didn't just sit there and think, I can't do anything when I'm watching what's going on in Alabama. That's the power we have individually. Even if we don't win the day, like they didn't win the day on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, we send out ripples of hope beyond even our imagination that cross space and time. Stand up today. Do something today, even if it's just 1 hour a week. 1 hour a week, 10 minutes a day, take Sunday off. And you're going to find a way to be a part of a larger change beyond your imagination.
Woo, speechless. Wow. Incredibly inspiring. thank you for sharing that. I'm honestly a little stun locked here in response to that. And the chat is appreciating it as well. That said, thank you so much for joining. We are coming up here to time. I did promise Chiara Putzhammer that I would let you know, Chris Mallory, that she's a huge fan. It's her birthday, and if you ever come across her, she'd love a picture.
You get what? Wait, what was her name one more time?
Chiara Putzhammer. P-U-T-Z hammer.
Well, if you ever, I think it was Chiara. I don't want to get that wrong. Couldn't tell if it was a C or T. But if you ever see me around, feel free to say hi. Always. I'm always appreciative. Always love a conversation. And happy birthday. Make it a good one.
What about Shaniqua? Can we get a selfie, man? Come on. What's up with that? In fact, hold on. I gotta take one right here. Everybody smile. Smile, please. I got my camera up here. Hold on. Smile. All right, I got it. All
right. Send that around. You can find that selfie at winthefightlive.com, where we will post it to our Substack and connect you with Senator Booker, Vote Save America, Chris Mallory, Shaniqua, and everybody else who's spoken. That said, I gave a plug. I'd love to give you guys the chance to do plugs. Shaniqua, one more time. Where can the people go to follow you and take action?
Yeah, all of our handles, website, everything is Vote Save America. But if you go to votesaveamerica.com, just put in your email and zip code, and we will send you stuff near you, marches, members of Congress to call. And then if you follow us on social, we will literally, in our broadcast channel, send you content to help, get the message out.
Amazing. Chris, where can the people find you?
Yeah. I'm Chris D. Mallory, literally everywhere. TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, whatever you use. So yeah, you can check it out. Sometimes I scream in my car about how much I hate Donald Trump because that guy is really bad. But I'd also recommend that instead of checking me out, you should check out a lot of the work Shaniqua does because it's really important and it's a good way to take that first step to get involved. And I'm sure you'll see me screaming about something later on after you've called your local or your member of Congress.
And Senator Booker, thank you so much. Honestly, you agreeing to do this really made this event for us. People were very inspired to follow your lead, and you created a snowball for us. I think the action that you have been taking is really creating ripples, and this is one of them. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for the amazing words and stories that you've shared with us and for the inspiration. Anything you want to leave us with?
Well, I want to join Chris in setting some shine on Shaniqua. What I love about her is that you can really get tactical things that you could be doing. If you're at a loss, plug in with what she's doing and she will give you tactics to take. I want to thank Chris. I watch his content and I laugh, to be honest with you. You do something that's powerful in our traditions. I'm here in DC. My parents used to listen to Black radio and they said it inspired us and entertained us. It activated us and informed us. So I think that you are carrying on the best traditions of influencers of past and what you do today. And Jesse, just want to thank you for giving me this chance tonight. This was a long day, man. This was a long day. All of us have long, hard days. For you to create some community tonight for us, it's something that sources me at the end of this long day. So that's what we've got to be. The one other thing I would tell you to do is don't be alone. Don't feel isolated. Don't feel disconnected. That's what they want you to feel: overwhelmed, discouraged. Create community and connection with people that source your spirit, strengthen your soul, and encourage you in the fight. This is going to be a long fight. And so do things that actually help to strengthen your spirit and nurture you. And thank you for doing that for me tonight, everybody.
You're welcome. And speaking of community and connection, one last question. Mr. Jolly Good Ginger said, ask Senator Booker if he fasted today. We are accountability partners.
That is 100% true. And I want you to know I've literally had my worst eating week I have had in a long time. So tell him I'm way off the wagon. This is one of those times I need an intervention. I went to bed last night. I'm a vegan, but the empty bag is actually right near my hand. So I tell him I'm his accountability buddy. I have to confess to him I am way off the wagon, and my suit's getting a little tighter.
Well, good. He'll keep you accountable. Thanks for joining us. We hope to do this again sometime soon. Community is important, and thanks for enriching it and being a part of it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Bye-bye now.
All right. What'd you think, chat? How was that? Jolly, we got it in there for you, man. And thanks again for being such a champ for this event, Jolly, since day one. We really appreciate it. We are all volunteers, unpaid, just doing this for love of country and a desire for community and out of service to try to serve you all and give you the connection to make the difference that you need to make. We all got to be in this together, as you've heard from so many of the panelists so far. And we really appreciate Jolly, the support in helping us grow this event. And so everybody go follow Jolly if you're not already. He is the man. And also, if you haven't already, go to winthefightlive.com. Sign up for our Substack. We're going to keep you connected with Shaniqua and Vote Save America, Senator Booker, Chris, Jolly, everybody that we can. We will keep you informed about what's going on. We'll give you some actions that you can take. We'll follow up with this event with some footage and some highlights, and we will keep the community together. So please go to winthefightlive.com. And if you're watching on social or somewhere else and you want to participate in the coming panels, you can also find our YouTube stream there. Subscribe and you'll be able to ask questions in our chat here for our YouTube live stream. But we are really excited about the next panel. Listen, we are mostly at Win the Fight Live, a group of men. We're almost all men. And we've been doing this live stream work for a couple of presidential cycles now. We did it in 2020 for Biden-Harris and some other groups. Myself personally, I have some colleagues and friends who helped organize this with Progressive Victory, who are amazing. Together, we did some work with Senator Sanders last year and some major video game streamers. But we do this work in the streaming space largely because it's a great way to reach young men of color. I'm a gamer. I organize gamers. And we do this to try to reach folks here. And, we kicked off this project really eager to have the participation of folks like Jolly and Chris and others. And we got a little bit of heat because we were trying to reach men, and we kind of screwed up by not saying that out of the gate. And I think we scared a lot of people, because right now a lot of folks are scared that if young men, young white men, men who look like veterans, if they're getting politically active, that it could be dangerous for folks that feel like they're in marginalized communities or under threat. And we heard from those people who gave us great feedback. I don't think they realized that we weren't done growing our panels, and we would never forget to include people from across the movement and our brothers and sisters of all backgrounds. But they made themselves loud and clear what they wanted to see. And, we're going to address that head on in this next panel. We're calling it Minding the Man Gap. And we're going to focus on how do we continue to reach out and build power again with men, get them off this right-wing treadmill, and do it in a way without sacrificing our values, without alienating and throwing under the bus sort of vulnerable communities. And how do we go from woke to wide awake and fighting for the things that are going to keep this democracy free? So we have some amazing panelists joining us today. Super excited to have them all. I think we're going to have a spirited conversation from a whole bunch of different perspectives. And I see some amazing folks joining us. Really excited, honestly. We've got folks who are content creators. We've got amazing Ro Khanna and Congressman Ro Khanna. And so without any further ado, I'm going to turn it over to our friend, the Soy Pill, to sort of kick us off on this conversation, Minding the Man Gap. All right, thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm the Soy Pill. I make political video essays, and I'm leading this panel on Minding the Man Gap. Folks, young men are flocking in droves and hordes to the right wing in huge numbers. People look at someone like me, they say, you don't have blue hair, you have muscles, how could you possibly be on the left? That doesn't make any sense. So to quote formerly or still disgraced Tucker Carlson Fox News host, what is going on here? What's happening? With me today, we've got some of the most masculine men we could find and scrounge up. They've got testosterone leaking out of their ears. So, yeah, there we go. Let's get some flexes, guys. Mr. Khanna, can you give us one right now?
I can't match that. I can't match that.
Okay. All right. Well, let's introduce the panel. First, we got the Conscious Lee. Who are you? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm the consciously former educator. My motto is education is elevation. I like to make political, social content about race, class, gender, ability, sexuality. I'm uniquely invested in thinking about power and domination, how we navigate power and domination, and how it structures systems and institutions. Looking forward to having a hell of a conversation with y'all today. Shout out to everybody in Texas. Yeah,
Thank you very
Texas.
much.
In Texas.
Shout out Texas. All right, next is JJ, my second favorite JJ after first JJ, Canadian JJ. Go ahead, JJ.
I actually do have family in Canada, so I'm telling you, I'm gonna be number one someday. My name is JJ or Joshua. I'm a content creator. I'm 21. Shout out Chicago. And I make content mainly focused around debunking misinformation, but also doing deep dives into things like systemic racism, doing advocacy for marginalized groups, making sure that we all can get to a place where we love each other again. But like was mentioned earlier, not voiding our values to get there. And standing for what's right at all times. That's what I really try to pride myself on. And yeah, looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you very much, JJ. And next we got Mike Smith. Mike Smith, former F-18 pilot. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, that's right. So the name's Mike Smith. I run a podcast called Hard Points, named after the topics that we talk about, and then also the kind of the business end of the jet. In my day job, I'm a CEO for a startup in the climate space. I run a company called Acclimate, ACLYMATE. You can find me on all the social media channels at climate_Mike for all of that. And I get the joy of being the warm-up act for the congressman. So looking forward to that.
All right, thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Congressman Ro Khanna, please introduce yourself for the few people who don't know who you are.
Well, you guys are certainly not warm-up acts. I'm here to listen and learn from you. I'm Ro Khanna. I grew up in Pennsylvania, where I just was, caught a Phillies game, did some town halls, but I now represent Silicon Valley in Congress, and excited about the conversation.
All right, thank you very much. I think first what we're going to be doing here, Mr. Khanna, is turning it over to you so that you can talk
Ro
about
is fine, you know.
Oh, Ro,
First
excuse
thing
me.
you got to do to get young men is
You're wearing a suit. I'm wearing a tank top. I feel like I got to be a little servile to you, but okay,
We
I'll
both
call you
got
Ro.
flags. I got a flag in the background. You got a flag on your shirt. So
But I'm breaking the flag code and you're not. So, okay, fair enough. I'll call you Ro. Ro, we're turning it over to you so you can talk about your experience in Congress, working in Silicon Valley, your interactions with Elon Musk, thoughts on Doge, and then we're going to be turning it to masculinity, kind of asking the panel some questions about the state of young men in the Democratic Party. So take it away, Mr. Khanna. Ro, excuse me.
Well, look, I've represented Silicon Valley for 9 years. I've known Elon for 15 years. He blurred my first book when I wrote about manufacturing. The reality is Barack Obama made Elon Musk. He gave, I remember Elon when he was calling Anna Eshoo every week. It was a congressperson from Silicon Valley begging her, saying, Tesla needs a loan. Can you please call the White House to make sure we get a loan? Because if it wasn't for the Obama administration's $400 million of loans, Tesla would never have made it. And of course, Ash Carter in the Obama administration, who was a great defense secretary, is the one who helped Elon get the contracts from NASA and the Department of Defense to be able to launch satellites. And so the reason I say this is, Silicon Valley has a lot of great entrepreneurs, a lot of great inventors, but its fundamental foundation was based on the government, based on funding from NSF that helped create the internet, from DARPA that helped create the internet, from public funding in Berkeley, which created Unix, which is what every operating system relies on, from funding from NASA that helped create the semiconductor industry, and Xerox PARC, which had the mouse, that was a federal investment. And I think so. A lot of these folks have forgotten all the role that government investment has played in their success, and now have this kind of libertarian philosophy that just get government out of the way, which is convenient when you've benefited so much from the government investment. And now, in terms of this conversation, I do think a lot of young people, men and women, want to build economic success. They want to build things. They want to be able to build economic independence, economic security, wealth. And Democrats need to talk a lot more about pathways to doing that.
All right. Thank you very much. But you're right. You are here to listen because so far we're doing something wrong. Something needs to change. So this is going to be to you and the whole panel. We're going to ask some questions. what the heck is going on? So my first question is a little leading, I'll say that. In my estimation, part of the reason that the left is seen as less masculine is because we are the party that's more open to more variations, so the things that men can embody. So the right has a much more strict and traditional view of what a man can be, but we say, hey, be what you want. So my question is, how can we continue to remain the party that allows that diversity of expression while also appealing to the many young men that do want to be traditionally masculine? They do want to have that, kind of right-wing aesthetic, if you will, but I resent the fact that it's called a MAGA body. That's just not the case. So open up to the panel. What's going on there? How can we be both open and accepting, but also appeal to these men who want that hyper-focused traditional masculinity?
I can go ahead if that's cool. I think there's something that I forgot to do my little plug in the intro. I'm also a co-host on a podcast called The Jam, and it was started by me and three other of my friends, and we're all guys, obviously. And we really wanted to hammer in on this issue in particular, like how to get that, because there's not really anything that I think you can put in a promotional material or a campaign thing that will speak to men who seem to fall down the alt-right pipeline and seem to be a lot more comfortable with those rigid gender roles. And I think one of the things that we need to start doing is making that conversation kind of more open and accessible, in a sense of questioning where we get some of these very basic assumptions from. I think that we need to provide an avenue for people who are men who want to be on the left or who care but don't want to seem like they fit any sort of stereotype, to understand that it's okay to be whatever type of man you want it to be. And in fact, the only way you can be okay being whatever man you want to be is if you allow other men that same grace. And the only way you can allow other men that same grace is if you don't waste time telling them that you're less of a man, if you don't make XYZ money per year, if you don't lift weights, if you don't do all the traditional stuff that Red Pill shoves down what is a man. The only way you can find out whether or not those things fit you is if you give men the grace to explore and be representative of what they want to be. And I think that's something that, like you said, we do focus a lot more on the left, but just allowing that, reframing the conversation in that way, I think can take a really good step.
All right, awesome. Any thoughts, guys? What do you think about that?
I think that I agree with what he said, definitely. What I'll say is that I think that the left needs to be more intentional about how we are reaching out to young men and recognizing that the alt-right pipeline is something that is very affluent, that's on every single, platform, and thinking about the different traditional ideas of manhood and masculinity and how the pipeline starts with, do you want to be strong? Do you want to be more manly? Do you want to be more masculine? Do you want to, you know what I'm saying? That appeals to 15 and 16-year-olds. On the left, we have much more of a way of alienating young men because we talk more about patriarchy and sexism and think about the various ways that men and manhood destabilizes, a lot of other identities. So for me, I think it's about being real, that the right got better, regardless of how unethical and immoral we think they doing, they've mastered being able to give messaging. They've mastered being able to, even if it's individuals that may be poor, you feel me, that may be, a man of color, that may, may be a poor man of color that disabled, is something that resonates with them from the message of the right, that make it where we got to come to grips with it. And right now, I think that on the left, we having a hard time coming to grips and giving credit for where Republicans do well. And I live in Texas. That's the reason why I live in Texas. I'm born and raised around traditional ideas of what it means to be a man. And hey, that appeals to young 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds. The last thing I'll say is that domination and power, that is what these young men are seduced by. We don't package power and domination in a way that allows for little boys to see themselves as being ethical, moral actors while also seeing themselves as being manly. You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why they able to win and get these little kids to buy in things like, misandry, men's rights. These women is the reason why we don't feel manly. It's easy to eat it up.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Mike, go ahead. You see him? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd follow up to exactly with what Lee was talking about there, which is to say that the solution for this is not to be more restrictive, it's to be more open. Sometimes it can feel a little bit that the left, and I am a member of it, is not as open to hearing what men's opinions have to say on some things. And we have to be part of that conversation. In a lot of ways, we also have to recognize men are falling behind in a couple of spaces without like buying into the men's rights activist bullshit. Which is to say, we're falling behind when it comes to education. We're falling behind when it comes to suicide rates. We're falling behind when it comes to just broad achievement. If the left wants to speak to those issues, I think that they would find a very willing audience. The other thing I would say about what Willie was going on about there was men. I think we actually have to. I think we have to stomp down this idea that like selfishness is a virtue. And the idea that that you need to be able to it's all about yourself. Unfortunately, sometimes that becomes corrupt libertarianism in kind of its broader sense here now, not actually the ideological underpinnings of libertarianism, but actually just selfishness repackaged as an ideology. And so I would say that what we need to be doing is claiming a kind of a historical male masculine attribute as well, and allowing that for all men, which is to say, in the past, if you look back to even the movies in the 40s and 50s, a lot of white guys, but so you need to recognize kind of the racial component of that. But there were a lot of guys that weren't like big muscle bound jocks that were seen as very masculine characters in historical depictions. And what we saw as masculinity, as being a man, is the fact that you gave more to your community than you took. You were a leader in your community. You were the person that fixed a problem, and that could be relied upon when the going got tough. And so I think that's like what we need to be aspiring to is not this boy's vision of a man, but a man's vision of man. Let people actually see what men really do.
Yeah. So many of these red pillars talk about this protectionism. You got to protect your wife, protect your kids, and that's great. Obviously these are good virtues, but I think you're right. If you can extend that to, hey, protect your community, protect your, people by paying taxes and getting welfare to the people that need it. I want to turn it over to Ro. You had a very interesting interview semi-recently with Dave Rubin, where you were talking about this sort of idea of policing language instead of kind of promoting the diversity, and how you if we say, oh, well, we spent so much time policing pronouns and not uplifting trans voices, I believe you talked about, and you did such a good job. I don't know if you remember what I'm talking about, but you did such a good job that you got Dave Rubin to say, you know what, that is right. I actually do think we shouldn't have a federal ban on trans women in sports. And I'm curious how your overall message with this, how can we promote diversity, keep being uplift these marginalized voices, but not be also policing, the young men who feel like, oh, I'm under attack because no one's talking about me, or they don't want me to speak. How do we get that done?
Well, I think we can't cancel people or make people feel like if they express themselves, they're going to be judged or harassed, or if they have a sense of humor, that they're going to be embarrassed. And there's a fine line. I mean, look, the reason we don't want just anyone having any kind of sense of humor is if it's mean and offensive, that's not treating other people with respect. But I think that the pendulum swung so far that people were walking on eggshells, and they felt they couldn't express their ideas. And sometimes, someone said to me, and I didn't vote for Harris, I voted for Trump. I'm a 27-year-old kid in my district. I said, why is that? He said, well, because all I heard is that the future is female, the future is female. I said, they're saying the future is female because we haven't had a single woman president. It's not like we've had 30 women presidents or something. I mean, it's just they want to have one or something. But the way this person heard it, he said, well, I wasn't feeling seen, and I wasn't feeling like I had a place. And he should be free to say that and not be judged for it. And sort of, we should be able to have a conversation and ideas, and not lead with, well, if you say that, you're not with it, and you have something wrong with you. And so I think a lot of this was a sense that people felt judged, and the other thing was that they felt a lack of respect. I mean, there was a sense at one point in this country that the people who built the country weren't Silicon Valley. They weren't the folks behind the keyboard. They were the folks building the steel, and the steel in Western Pennsylvania that won us our freedom more than Japan and Germany. And we had a valorized sense of the working and middle class in this country, and we've lost some of that. And that doesn't mean that we don't have respect for people who do programming, but we have to figure out how do we treat communities who feel a lack of respect for the work they've done, for things they do. How do we respect that again and give them a sense of what they want and that we're listening to them?
All right. No, I think that's good. Yeah, just this idea of balancing that we can't reject them and they're part of our coalition as well. Which kind of leads me into my next question. And again, this is for everyone. What can we do that maybe is a top-down policy that's not
Ask that,
necessar- Oh, sorry.
Before
Go
you
ahead.
ask that, though, I think we can get and kind of just unpackage a little bit of what Congressman Rowe said, because I think that's the tension. You know what I'm saying? When I introduced myself, I was very, very, very intentional about talking about how I'm focused on power and domination. The issue becomes that there has been a status quo, a legacy of young boys and men being able to dictate who gets to be judged and who gets to be the judger, who gets to be sensitive and whose emotions matter. So for me, being a young black man from Bryan, Texas, you feel me? I'm thinking about who in the past and who within my lifetime has had the ability to judge. Now, in having a conversation about masculinity and manhood, hey, the soy boys, the people that's seen as being zesty, that's being non-manly, you feel me? The people that's seen as being, in cahoots with drag queens and trans people. Hey, those men that feel like that the left them behind ain't got no issue with judging that. You feel me? It's not the left that be coming at me about my progressive politics about women. It be people on the right. So for me, it's thinking about how can I acknowledge that they have been swooned in with the great messaging, but also acknowledging the contradiction. Because that would be my only pushback to what Congressman Rowe was saying, but also just the perception of they were tired of being judged. They feel like nobody speaking to them. Hey, name an institution or name a system in America that's not dominated by men. You can't name one. You feel me?
Girl
So for
Scouts.
me, it's like, what does it mean to be like on one instance? I feel like I'm not being seen, I'm not being heard. But on the other instance, you politically, socially, economically, men, we make up the dominant. What we talking about? For me, it's like, hey, you say folks be being victims on the right. Those men have no issue being like, you're a victim, you're a snowflake, you're sensitive. And then for me, it's thinking like, so hold on. Y'all be the main ones shit flinging the idea of being sensitive at the same time saying people don't play into your sensitivities. Which one is it? Sensitivity, good or bad? So you get to judge them and you get to say, we can't have drag queens, we can't have critical race theory, we can't. All this is based off of judgments. So for me, it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. And I think that's the tension that happens when we start talking about the boys and men that are bought in on the right and how we situate on the left. Because let's be real. Women have everything that Congressman Moe saying is when he talk like going into the people, that shit that women and trans people been saying for millennials. You feel me? So now that some boys and men experiencing it for 5 years, 10 years, and all of a sudden we gonna ignore. That's to me, that's what light a fire up under me and be like, hold on, how does power and domination operate this? It's not on a level playing field. It's not on a level playing field. Ain't no system. That's what I'll say. There's no systems or institutions that mobilize how men are judged in a way that leads to them being murdered. When we talk about being the number one suicide, that's because of institutions of system of power that deal with how men mess over men, not women. You feel me? And that's the part that makes it where these conversations be hard to be had, because it's like we got to be able to be critical in what we saying.
Yeah, and that kind of does tie in with what Ro was saying about walking on eggshells, which actually I did have a question about this. Have we completely missed the mark in framing some of these ideas, which are empirically true? If we talk about, patriarchy, there's a male-dominated society, white privilege, white people don't have to deal with the same problems that black people do, men have it easier in a lot of cases. All of these things, while we can show, hey, the hiring rates, right? This is obviously true for all of these different things, the generational wealth, it doesn't matter to the person who might be a white man, hears this and says, well, my life sucks in XYZ thing. They don't see how bad it is for those other people, and all they do is feel judged. Is there a way that we can reframe that conversation and not call it, hey, your life is just ultimately better, but rather, hey, all these people are struggling and we need to lift them up without pushing down, even though we're not pushing down these other groups? What do you guys think about that?
I think it's one of those ones that are very complicated. That's why I was saying, because you never want to fall into a trap where you're voiding the truth of the matter in order to appeal to somebody who might not be ready to handle the truth of the matter. And there's always going to be a different way to couch that. And I think one of the ways that we need to see a lot more of, that we've started to see, is not only just analyzing race or class or gender or anything, but trying to take them all into one in a way that makes sense to people. There's a way that you can explain these concepts without the ivory tower, without the research, and even though the research is very important. And I like to think about that in a sense of like how we talk about wealth, how we talk about billionaires now. We've been seeing an influx in the country about getting comfortable with the concept that, hey, there are a lot of people that are hoarding a lot of wealth. And as much as it might not seem like we can afford XYZ to make your life better, let's put in perspective how much money this actually is, and then tell me again that we can't afford this. And I feel like the moment we start looking at that, the moment you're able to understand that, like, hey, these people are telling you that you as a white man are not benefiting, the future does not have you in it, and this is going to lead to a lot of like fatigue. You might want to check out of the political process. But at the end of the day, these same systems that are enabling people to have $400 billion of excess whatever are the same ones that are keeping that money from you and telling you that the brown people and the women and the trans people around you are the real reason why that's being kept from you. And I feel like there's a way to have the conversation, but at the end of the day, it has to be up to the person being ready to hear that side. And I think that it does come into what Ro was talking about not being completely oppositional off the bat and not having the conversation at all, but also remaining real within that framework. Because I do like what Conscious was talking about how a lot of this stuff it just happens to be the case. And there's a lot of ways where we kind of control the narrative. We're the ones who have to have the conversation in general if we want anything to change. So there's ways that you can control that narrative that keep it real and don't just kind of take the onus completely off of men who have been lied to for political gain and for financial gain.
Yeah, and that circles back completely. Maybe Mike, you can contribute on this question. The idea that
your mic's
are we? Am I muted? Sorry, am I still here, Jesse? Are we good? Sorry.
Oh, you guys are good. I'm gonna come in with Q&A in a second, but let's finish up this.
This last question idea of is there some legitimacy to completely doing away with all identity, politicking here, and here, and just saying, look, we are going to be passing laws that are good for every person, better welfare, better medical, but uplifting every worker, and in doing so, kind of capturing that coalition without hyper focusing on this group of men or this group of women or this group of like marginalized community. Is there a way that we can top down just have these sort of all-encompassing populist ideas that might lift that up, or do we absolutely need to focus on these and address them since the right is going to do it no matter what?
I think if we're buying into categorical arguments, we're already losing. It's a series of false choices associated with that. And so what I would say is I'm a big fan of Richard Reeves's writing, and he talks about that like gender relationships shouldn't be zero sum. So it's worth pointing out that absolutely institutions of power are predominantly dominated by men, the vast majority of them being white men, and that's just a fact. And so we can acknowledge that and acknowledge that identity component of it, with also recognizing that when you get down towards kind of the middle of the curve, that there's actually men are suffering, particularly Black men. And so that there is kind of an intersectional component of talking about that. We can acknowledge that. But the other side of it, I would also say here is that if you want to build a coalition, you've got to love the people that are in it. You can't make them feel like they're excluded or unwanted or don't belong. We've been talking about that on the other side of the coin about how we need to be making people that are from less advantaged demographics feel included, and that has to go back. We also have to make sure that the people that look a little bit more like me, and I get confused for a Trump voter a lot when I'm out in public, that they feel like, yeah, man, we're on the same team. I'm here for you. And so I think a component of that would be to be focusing a little bit more on the social or on the economic argument a little bit, which is we're passing this because this is going to benefit the most people. Coincidentally, because we all know the undertone of that, which is that if we're benefiting the most, we're dealing with issues of poverty from socioeconomics. That means it's going to be benefiting people that are disadvantaged more. Right. But we don't have to make that the primary lens. And I think that we can acknowledge that is a component without making it the primary lens.
Yeah. I think if I can add in really quick again, I feel like we have, like Conscious was mentioning earlier, we have some lessons we can take from the right, in the sense that you see whenever the right's going to do a thing or pass a bill, they say this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. This is the American XYZ plan. Right. So then we can just counter that with putting forward policy that do help the people who proportionately need the help right now. The poor, the Black, the brown, the women, the trans, and everything, and just call it the Great American like XYZ plan. If you guys want to dig into the details and get mad that that a woman who's elderly is gonna actually get their Social Security like in due time, you can get mad at that. But I didn't say anything about that. I just said that this is the great bill that's going to do all it needs to. Maybe we do have some things that we can pull out of their book and bring about the change we want to see.
Well, that's some great advice, Pharrell. I'm sure you've got a point of view on that. But I wanted to go to the Q&A a little bit because the chat is really resonating with this conversation. But seeing a common theme pop up. The theme is a lot of concern about sort of the Democrats walking away from a blue collar appeal. We have folks mentioning their loved ones and others really falling into a MAGA wormhole, largely because they feel like if they don't, they won't fit in their blue collar job. I have a personal color to add this. You know, I have some friends and folks that I've talked to about this who used to work in the trade unions, you know, and they worked at political organizing in the trade unions, and they saw a lot of their folks leave. And I asked them about it, and they told me that it's one of the big reasons is that whenever someone comes in from the national political office or from DC or from somewhere else, they are always telling them what to do, talking down to them, telling them like the right way to be speaking and what their opinions should be. So they're feeling very condescended to. And I'm just wondering, you know, like, what do you make of that? You know, is that affecting sort of the culture we're seeing where people are feeling like they have to sort of walk away from that to fit in their blue collar communities for their jobs? I'm just curious about that perspective. And I thought I'd ask you first, Ro.
Well, let me start by saying, you know, Mike, I wonder if you're getting confused from a Trump voter because of your beard. I will say I don't get this thing of like everyone growing beards. I don't think that's the answer to winning voters, nor do I think we all need to go hunting and play like Madden football. It'd be like someone trying to win the Indian American vote saying, let's go drink masala chai and play cricket. Like, people are smarter than that. And I think it actually comes off as really pandering, and it comes off as insincere. I think that what we need to do is talk about what you're saying, that this country was hollowed out, that the people who built this country, built the steel, built the automobile industry, built the shipyards, their jobs left. Their jobs were automated. Their jobs left with globalization. All the wealth started piling up in places like mine in Silicon Valley, and they looked out and they said, we built this country. We helped really make America what it is, and we don't recognize that. And we don't have the ability to provide for our families, and we don't know what's going to happen to our kids, and we've gotten shafted, and no one really is speaking for us, for giving us the respect of what we did to contribute to this country. There would be no Silicon Valley of men hadn't scaled the cliffs of Normandy if people hadn't built the steel. And I just think there's a disrespect that they feel. And then they want to know, well, what are you going to do about it? And what are you going to, and you can speak about race in the context. I don't think you have to be hide that we've had 250 years of slavery and 100 years of Jim Crow, and we've got a 10-to-1 wealth gap. But men want to know whether they're white working class men in Youngstown or whether they're in Milwaukee, Black men who haven't had economic opportunity. What are you going to do to help build this country for the people who haven't had a chance? And, you know, I'm all for, you know, I was, one of the other things I was thinking is, I don't know if the Republicans would sit around with a panel discussion of like, how do we get the mail vote or something? It's a very democratic thing to do. It reminds me of like David Brooks, who's a columnist. He said, you know, Josh Hawley was going and giving a speech that the Democratic Party or Republicans need to be more manly. And he's like, Trump doesn't have to give the speech. He just acts the way he acts. Hawley's already lost by giving a speech on the topic. I'm not sure that this is about, you know, figuring out politicians. I don't think have to like speak to necessarily people's the soul of our society. I mean, to some extent, we just have to be pragmatic, like give people respect, understand what they need to build self-respect, economic security, economic wealth. Be the party that's going to say your kids are going to have more economic prosperity, your communities are going to have more economic success, you're going to have more economic success. You know, we're not going to destroy 20% of this country's wealth like Donald Trump. And I think that's a pretty good start.
As a white man, I feel heard. I feel heard right now.
That's great.
Well,
Can I just ask
go ahead.
Sorry, like, you know, like there's a lot of activists and folks in the party. Listen, our party, for a long time, women have been carrying the more than their fair share of the burden in elections and supporting our party, the overwhelming amount of the base. I've been doing organizing for a long time in every best volunteer office. It's dominated by Black women who are leaders in the community. We got some pushback when we put this event with a manly tone, without including and acknowledging women in the initial outreach. So how do you act manly in the Democratic Party? To your point, Ro, what are some of the things we have to do to make sure that people don't pose a threat to many of the other supporters in the party that might be a little bit scared or intimidated by that?
Question for me or for I don't want to.
Yeah, for you. Yeah, I was just pushing because you were saying that Trump doesn't have to pretend to be manly, he just is. So I was just curious, like if you thought about that tension a little bit.
I think we have to realize. I think if we're being honest, and you look at the Democratic convention over the 4 days we did it, and I was telling some of you were at the convention, and if I'm a white or Black or Latino steel worker or auto worker in Johnstown or in Milwaukee or in Youngstown, and I'm watching those 4 days of a convention, I don't know if I come away thinking that party is going to go think morning, afternoon, and evening about my life, my struggles, what I need to do. And I think that's a real problem in the Democratic Party. Like I think that we have to understand that we have to speak to the entire country, and there are people who have had a really rough time who aren't being heard in our party. By definition, we're losing a lot of these places, and so we can either keep losing, or we can go into these communities and hear what they have to say and try to have them up there more than the celebrities. Like, I this is probably going to get me in trouble, but I'll say it anyway. Like this whole thing about like George Clooney, like, oh, he didn't recognize me on backstage. I was like, okay, like we can go into whether Biden's should recognize. Like, who the hell cares if he recognizes a movie star? Like that's not the person who should be like determining our politics. Like no one really cares what George Clooney thinks in Youngstown, Ohio, or Johnstown, or wants George Clooney to have any like go do movies. Like who the hell cares about anything else? And I think our party is like obsessed with a bunch of these celebrities and rock stars. Like the whole thing is like, is Beyonce coming or Taylor Swift coming? Like, who the hell cares? Who the hell cares? Like, what are you going to do for people in this country? And that's, I think, the problem.
Amen to that. Well, thank you guys. We have to wrap it here. Thank you so much. This was a great conversation.
Can I ask one last question, just real quick to Mr.
I'm
Thomas?
so sorry. We don't have any more time.
I promise. Ro,
Okay,
I just
all
need
right.
to know if you're running in 2028, and if you are you prepared for Donald Trump to call you rotarded?
I've been wondering. And there you go, giving him ideas.
We're getting ahead of it.
He's not
That's
creative.
not bad. It's not bad. I don't know, but usually he identifies a weakness, and I have a lot of weaknesses. I'm not sure that one will stick. Like the Indian guy being retired, maybe. I don't know. It's gotta fit.
They'll say anything nowadays.
All right. Well, on that note, we got to wrap there. Thank you so much for the great conversation. We could have this for hours. I hope you guys will join us again, and we can continue this. The chat's really into it. People are really into this. And thank you for all the great perspectives. Thank you so much. We do have to run, but please go to winthefightlive.com. We will connect you with all these great folks, all the places you could follow them, so you can stay in touch. And thank you once again for joining us.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks all. And Control, we are good to go. And thank you. I hope folks enjoyed that. Let us know. We got a lot of positive feedback and support so far. We hope to do more of this. And thank you again. This has been an amazing experience so far from us, folks who've just been trying to volunteer and have a new type of conversation going incredibly well. And we're so grateful to all the panelists and to everybody who's joined us. We hope you enjoyed that conversation a little. We're trying to do some different stuff here. And I think it sounds like a lot of the points people have been making have resonated. We're going to bring on another guest here quickly as we transition to our next panel. We're going to close out here, but the thing that we're going to end here is ways that you can stay in the fight, and people you can follow, actions you can take. Just some more great leaders have joined us and some more great creators. But I do want to bring on for a quick conversation our next guest. So could you let us up, Control? Are we good? Hold on a second, folks. Okay. Counterpoints. Hey, thanks
good
for
evening.
waiting.
How are you?
Yeah, doing well. Thank you for joining us quickly. Thank you so much. What'd you think of the panels?
Well, I definitely caught the most recent one, and the truth is, I think that I'm a never Trump Republican, so I think that we need to get some guns, some barbecue, we need to go shooting, and then we need to have like a series of political debates in order to hash some of these issues out. That's what I think. I think 30 minutes on a panel wasn't enough.
I agree. So we're going to hope to do a lot more of this. And now you guys are having, can you talk a little bit about what you do and what you're putting out there and sort of the content work that you're doing to continue these conversations?
Yeah, 100%. So I work for a awesome channel called Valor Media Network. It's a offshoot of Midas Touch, and effectively the goal of it, I think, is to go after men 15 to 40 who might be feeling a little bit lost and have experienced people who already have done awesome things, talking to them about life, goal setting, pursuing stuff, mindfulness, military service, first response, all that kind of jazz. And so I think we do a pretty stinking good job at it. Now, that being said, in reference to me specifically, I'm involved in the online political sphere. So my show in particular is a little bit more spicier than normal. But if you're looking for more wholesome, masculine oriented content, that's what Valor Media Network is all about.
Amazing. So, okay. So, Never Trump Republican, how do you feel? We're back. We're back here. Like, why do you think we're back here? What are we going to do? What are you guys talking about on your show?
Well, if I had to give my earnest, feedback on that last panel, but also kind of your question, it is because men do feel alienated to a degree, and to some degree, they have good reasons. It's difficult to make a living. It's difficult to find your partner. Social media is dominating. In my opinion, there's a bunch of false prophets who are taking advantage of everyone's fear and everyone's anxiety. And so the question is, in my opinion, how do we take the online communities that are already being built and how do we hybridize them with real world action? And I think that's the political answer that we're all trying to solve right now. It's all very new, so we're all trying to figure it out. But how do we take the passion, fear, anxiety, and drive and translate it into something real?
Well, thank you for joining us. So, we're really interested in exploring that question as well. We're hoping to take some strides, but where can the people find you? Where can they follow you? And let us know where they can connect.
Yeah, so easiest place for me is going to be Counterpoints. If you type that in, common spelling, you'll find my political channel. Believe it or not, you'll actually find a moderately successful Warhammer channel. I'm very into science fiction.
Right.
And then, just talk about like random cool stuff that I do. But if you want to follow Valor Media Network, which does have that mission, which I think is a very important mission that's deserving of support, then type in Valor, VALOR, Media Common Spelling, Network Common Spelling. You'll find us. We're all labeled. There's Navy SEALs, there's Special Forces, there's sports guys. Effectively, we're creating a buffet of content for you guys. So if you have an interest in any of those things, including military, first response, and sports, we'll have something for you. And we'll have charismatic, intelligent, successful people to talk to you about it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. And we'll connect people with you. Go to winthefightlive.com, join our Substack. We'll connect you with the Valor Media guys. And thank you so much. And, the next panel we have coming up is really about more ways to stay in the fight, more people to connect with, the importance of alternative media, and some concrete actions that you can really take right now in the short term and in the long term to make a difference. Really excited for the next one to come up. It's our last panel. So thank you for sticking with us. And I think we are good to start here, but we've got some amazing, you're going to hear from great organizations. My wonderful friend, Amanda Littman from Run for Something has joined us, who was mentioned earlier in the call. We've got the Find Out guys who have taken the energy from White Dudes for Harris and turned it into an amazing media property and had great success in the podcast space. So thank you guys. And so I'm going to turn it over here now to Tim and the gang to help talk through sort of ways that we could stay in the fight, how we could stay connected, people to follow, voices to listen to, and things we can do. So Tim, with that, thank you.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for having us, and thanks for sticking with us. You have made it to the final panel of the night, so thank you for sticking with us. My name is Tim. I'm with a couple of my co-hosts from the Find Out podcast, which is a podcast that we started after the White Dudes for Harris work. And we are working to bring more men and more people generally into the Democratic Party. And in this panel, we're going to talk about ways that you can make a difference. And before we dive into that, we're going to go around the room and introduce everybody. And we're going to start with Amanda Littman, who's right above me.
Hi, guys. I'm Amanda Littman. I'm the co-founder and president of Run for Something. Run for Something recruits and supports young, diverse leaders to run for state and local office all across the country. We've helped 1,500 people win offices in nearly every state, especially people who've never run for office before. So I'm going to ask you probably about 15 times in the next half hour to consider running for office and then tell you what you can do if you're thinking, ooh, maybe. Emily?
Awesome. Hey there, I'm Emily Slatko, Communications Director with Next Gen America. We're one of the largest youth vote orgs across the country. We focus on engaging young people to take part in our democracy through voter education, registration, and mobilization. And that work happens year-round, not just in the final 3 months before an election, but in January, February, on years, off years, making sure we're connecting with young people, providing educational resources, and giving them opportunities to engage, mobilize, activate around their community and in the civic process. And I will pass it to Quentin.
Hi everyone, I am Tommy, better known as Quentin Quarantino on Instagram. I have raised, along with my followers, about $30 million, upwards of $30 million for charity, and spend a lot of time activating voters and trying to spread good information and rallying people around just causes. So that's why I'm here.
Right. Well, obviously, we are in a moment right now that I think everybody on the call will realize is not a great moment for this country. And I think a lot of people are thinking that there's not much they can do until the midterms next year. But the reality is there is stuff that everybody can do right now to make a difference. And everything from giving a few bucks to an organization, to running for office, to spreading word about the dangers of the Trump administration and the various policies that they are doing. And we're going to talk about some of those things. And we want to make sure that you guys are plugged in ways that you want to, so you can make a difference. And I'm going to go to Amanda first to talk about Run for Something, which has been one of my favorite orgs that came out of the first Trump victory. And I think Amanda's going to give us some tips on how you can run for office and make a difference in your local community. So Amanda, you're up.
Tim, I love that you said that, because I think there is this idea that like there's nothing we can do until the midterms. There were 32 Run for Something candidates on the ballot today, middle of May, all in, I think, at least 3 different states. We have folks running for office basically every week. Now, at this point in the year, it's a little late to get on the ballot for 2025. It is absolutely not too early to get on the ballot for 2026. So if you're thinking about it, like, maybe, you can go to runforwhat.net. You can enter your address and you can look up all of the offices that are available for you to run for in 2026. That might include things like state house, state senate, city council, school board, library board, mosquito abatement district, American River Flood Control District trustee. I don't know, it depends on where you are and what you're interested in. But there are more than 500,000 elected offices in the United States. Most of them are not Congress, and most of them do way more than Congress does. If you are thinking maybe, you'll start to get information from our team about how to think about filing for office, how to think about your campaign plan, how to really decide what office you want to run for and when. If you're like in the very early stages, I want to encourage you to think about 3 questions at this point in the process. 1, what is the problem you care about solving? Is it schools? Is it businesses? Is it book bans? Is it voting rights? Whatever it might be, think about the problem that you might be really excited to tackle. 2, what is the office that would give you power to solve it? Again, most of the time it's not Congress. If you care about housing, you might think about city council. If you care about voting rights, you might think about state legislature. Think about all those things. The third one, and this is actually the most important one, is why should voters want you to win? Which is different than why do you want to win? You want to win because winning is great and losing sucks. Voters want you to win because you're going to do something for them. You're going to deliver something tangible that can make their life better or stop something bad from happening to them. You are going to do something that they can feel. If you can answer those three questions, everything else about a campaign is logistics, and Run for Something is here to help you work through those. So start marinating on it. And then again, runforwhat.net is where you go to get started.
The only thing I'm going to add to that is that a lot of people are like, oh, am I actually qualified to run for office? And what I would say to them, and you should answer this after me, is that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a member of Congress. Lauren Boebert is a member of Congress.
So many dummies. There's just so many dummies who've been elected. And I think that if you are even asking yourself, am I qualified? You are more than qualified, because the people who are not qualified never second guess themselves. There is no rules about needing a college degree. There's no rules about needing to be a political science expert. Maybe there are rules about having lived in a certain place for a certain period of time, depending on where you are. But other than that, you got to care. You got to want to work. Everything else you can learn along the way.
100%. And now I want to go to Emily, who does a lot of work mobilizing and organizing people who maybe are not running for something, but want to support people who are running for something. So Emily, tell me a little bit about what people can do with NextGen.
Absolutely, yes. So at NextGen, we are working on engaging, mobilizing, educating, and activating the youngest generation of voters. So these are folks that are just entering a whole new civic world. You know, they've recently turned 18 or 19. Maybe they're a freshman or sophomore in college. You need to update your voter registration status. You need to learn more about what these positions entail and how they impact your daily life. We are that go-to resource. We're active across college campuses in 8 states, and we have been hosting online organizing efforts throughout the year. So we actually have a training coming up tomorrow and Thursday focused on the attacks that the Trump administration has taken against our voting rights. And there are plenty of them to learn about and then take action. Learn how to organize your communities, call your representatives. Maybe it's running for office. Maybe it's encouraging your friend who's super civically engaged to run for office. But finding those ways to get involved and to make sure that young people have an opportunity to make their voices heard. Because we know at the end of the day, young people align with their values are more closely aligned with Democrats and progressives. So how do we bridge that gap? It's through education. It's through providing opportunities to have those conversations and teaching and providing tools to, continue organizing, whether that's on campus, online, with friends, with family.
And Emily, if somebody wants to get involved in your organization, how would they do that?
Yes, to get involved, please go to our website or go to our Mobilize link. We will have registrations for our upcoming trainings tomorrow and Thursday. Those educational programs happen monthly. We choose a topic. It's typically thematic and relevant to something that's happening, whether it's in the news or a recent attack from the Trump administration or a rapid response effort. But those are real opportunities for you to hop on a Zoom, build community, learn how to talk about the issues that are most important to young people and connect those issues to real and tangible civic actions, whether that's writing to your representative, giving them a call, starting a petition, or organizing your community.
Fantastic. Move to somebody that is a true influencer in this space, even though some of us are kind of like, what is that word? I've got a couple behind me too that we'll talk in a minute. They don't like that term. But anyways, so Tommy, who's better known as Quentin Quarantino, you have, I think, 1.1 million Instagram followers. And as you mentioned before, you raised $30 million for progressive candidates in 2024, which is incredibly impressive. What can people do digitally to make a difference right now?
My focus really since Trump has been elected has been on the individual rather than the collective country, because it's easy to kind of get lost in how many things are horrifically messed up right now. So my biggest takeaway of running a page with 1 million followers and getting messages from thousands of people every day is that there's so many uniquely upsetting ways in which Trump's presidency has upended families and livelihoods. So what I use my platform for, and just a minor correction, that $30 million wasn't for politics, it's for nonprofit organizations internationally. And I think in a time like this where there's so many valid reasons to be pessimistic and just upset about what's going on in the world, it's somewhat comforting to know that there's communities like mine, 1 million people who are all willing to give $30 to help this one specifically horrible situation, that we can all rally together and in one day change a life. So I think for me, it's been more kind of coming to terms with the fact that I don't think that I can change the entire country with my page in the next few years, but I do think I can change like a ton of people's lives. So that's what's most important to me. And I wish I had all the answers on the political end. I don't. If anyone does, I'm not rich, but I'll find a way to get you $1 billion from someone. But yeah, it's just like I'm trying to keep the faith through doing small things, and I think that's applicable to not just someone in my situation with the influence that I have, but also if you're just uh, any person and you're upset right now and you want to do something, just do something small on a local level for something that specifically really bothers you or inspires you, just something that makes you feel like you're can contribute, pushing back a little bit, and that's I think the most that we can ask for right now.
Well, Tommy, I think bringing up the nonprofit angle is a really important one, and I think we sometimes on the left tend to focus on the political outcomes, but there are so many nonprofits that are doing amazing work, and frankly, Donald Trump is going after the nonprofit, trying to take away a lot of organizations' 501c status, which is basically their tax exempt status, which means when you donate to them, you get a write-off. They want to take that away because they want to take away their power. So I think following Tommy on the Quentin Quarantino account and donating to nonprofits right now is more important than ever. So thank you, and thank you to the three of you. Oh, go ahead, Tommy. Go.
Oh, I mean, I'll just say I work with so many, not work with, but just like I'm friends with so many nonprofits and have like long-standing relationships. And this year, like, the biggest surprise to me, obviously, I did not have high hopes for what a Trump presidency meant for this country, but something that I honestly did not have in my forecast is like every single nonprofit that I work with being like, yeah, we've lost like all of our corporate funding and we don't know how we're gonna fund this year of really important work that we're gonna do. And that's like the most common thing that I've heard. So again, it's so wonderful that we have people like Amanda and Emily doing the stuff on the political side, and for me, I think my role is rallying people together around just charitable causes, because there's too many of them right now.
100%. I think all of the work of the three of you is equally important. And I would say I'm not necessarily sure that ours is quite at the level of you. Talk a little bit about why we think our work is important as well. And I'm actually going to kick this to Zach, who I've not told that he's going to speak, but he's going to, because he came up with this idea. And I think it's important to talk about why these three white dudes are talking about being involved in progressive politics. Zach, go ahead.
So we started this because, I took a hard look at the contrast between how the right is having a conversation, how the left is having a conversation. And I think the gap that we saw is the right has this sort of perceived authenticity. We all know it's not authentic. They're commonly lying to us, but they come off as if they want to just have a regular conversation with you, and that brings people in. It's naturally making people gravitate to them and not to the left. So we wanted to show that 5 white guys could sit down and have an honest conversation that is just completely authentic, critical of ourselves, not trying to have an alternate agenda or feel scripted. It's an unscripted way to show people to the left. We could just be a bunch of dudes hanging out. It doesn't, you don't, that the right doesn't own that space, right? So that was the beginning of it. But really what we're trying to do is show that we can bring people in who don't agree with us right now. Because a lot of the country, like, Trump's approval rating's low, Democrats' approval rating is lower. And we need to work on that specifically to remind people in this country that we're not the enemy of the country. We're the ones trying to save it. And the only way to do that, from what we're trying to do, obviously there's lots of ways that you guys do it, but from a discourse perspective, is to remind people that we can be authentic because we are authentic. There's a difference between perceived authenticity and real authenticity, and we're trying to bring that to the forefront. So that's our mission. So far, I think we've done a pretty good job, but we have a lot of ground left to cover, just like everybody else with everything we're trying to do. But we feel really great about the mission, and we think it's critical, especially as we approach a midterm. We want to be able to have that level of discourse in the public where we can really litigate these issues that are going to matter so much in 2026 and ultimately 2028.
And I think I'll say, like, this crew did a lot of work on white dudes for Harris last year. And, I've been in progressive politics for 20 years. And I think that, I don't think that people who look like us have done enough on the Democratic side. And I think it is time. We have relied on people of color, Black women in particular, to save us in elections time and time again. And it's time for white guys that look like us, or guys in general, to step up and say, no, we are also progressive and we are liberal. And it is okay for men to be progressive and liberal and lift up people of color and lift up women. And it is time for us to raise our voice. And I think that that is why we are diving in. We've seen some great early anecdotal evidence that we've gotten some people who told us they registered as Democrats because they listened to us. We actually had somebody tell us that they went and dropped off their signatures for school board. So we're very, very excited about that. I knew Amanda would like that very much. And I also think that, and I want Luke to speak for a second here, I'm going to put him on the spot because we are not diverse in how we look. We are in our age. I am the oldest. Guess who's the youngest? And Luke, I want you to tell the group why this work is also so important to someone who just recently graduated college.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I'm looking at these 3 people and they're doing wonderful things. They run super big, super high level shit. And I'm a guy who sits in his car and gets pissed about stuff. Like, if you've ever seen a video of mine, you've probably heard me say terrible language. Like, that's just how it works. But like 99% of the good feedback I get is people telling me I don't feel alone anymore. And that to me is immensely valuable. Like Quentin was talking about community about 1 million people who all feel the same, who feel like they will all donate to one thing and they will protect what they value. And I feel like fostering that sense through what Zach was talking about, authenticity. Like, very little of what I do is politically correct. You couldn't play it on something like, I don't have the TV 13 rating. I'm a hard R. That's a bad way of putting that. But hard R as in R rating.
There we
got
go.
you. You're good. You're good.
Good.
We told you we're authentic. This
Yeah,
is not
there we go.
scripted.
But yeah, it's all about authenticity for me. There's no need to, especially not if you're trying to build a community of people who feel like, oh, you're just talking to me as a person. Like, you're not trying to sway my vote. You're not trying to make me, peg me into a spot that I don't want to be. You're just telling you how it is. Like, I think that's very valuable.
And there's one other thing I want to bring up too, is like, even though we are focused on our podcast and the specific thing we're trying to go at, I think that the thing that a lot of the listeners who like our message can take away is that they can do the same thing in their own lives with their family and their friends. Like, don't stop trying to work on those people. That's something everybody can do. You can always come and keep, even if you got somebody in your family who's MAGA or even just like a little bit, away from that, a little closer to us, keep working on those people. Never stop trying with them, because if you just come at them authentically with your own belief system and you don't demonize them, you bring them to the table and say, I want to have a conversation with you over and over and over again. That is an impact you can have every single day. Not just us that can do it, you can do it too. There's no question about it.
And I would just say, before we wrap, you can find us at findoutpodcast.substack.com. Subscribe. We're all plugging. And with that, I am going to turn it over to one of Maine's newest and best residents. I'm from Maine, so I had to do it.
Let's
Jesse
go.
Thomas.
Thanks for the shout out. We got the Costco Bay.
Oh, there you
Bay,
go.
and
Right.
we got the Sarah Gideon hat. So great. So thank you everybody at the panels. The chat's been loving this as well. We got a nice question from chat here that people want us to ask. Question for the panel. This is from Michelle Green. I want to shout her out. Since we are all fighting for our democracy, eventually people from the right will be joining our ranks. How do we make them feel included as well?
I guess I could start. I think, look, like I have tried a variety of different ways with folks, right? And I could tell you the one thing that does not work is shame or talking down to people. And I think that if they are willing to make a move to our side, I think that one of the best lines I've heard is like, I'm sorry that you were lied to, or I'm sorry that you were promised something that was not true. But I don't think that the scolding, obviously, like, oh, why are you such an idiot? What were you thinking? Does not work. And so I think trying to just welcome people, we're supposed to be a big tent party. Trying to welcome them without rolling your eyes and doing all these things, like that's the way you welcome them in. Like I've tried it with people that I grew up further north than where you are right now, and I have a lot of Trump supporter friends, and I've tried both tactics, and I think trying to listen and be empathetic is the best way, in my opinion.
I mean, I'll just say, as a former Republican myself who made that switch, that's exactly right. Like I not one time have been shamed by anybody within the party for my past. They look at it and go, "Hey, look, you changed your mind." Just to be clear, I was never a Trump voter, never a Trump supporter, but a former Republican. And nobody's ever made me feel ashamed of that past because, and that's really how we need to do it. We need to make sure that anybody who comes in, we look at them now in this moment and go, "We're glad you're here. We'll welcome you regardless of where you come from."
I can jump in there. This is a conversation we've been having as well because we did see trends of young voters either not showing up or shifting to the right. And something that has been really clear in the voting rolls and in all of our analysis post is that it wasn't necessarily that we had this massive swing to the right. It's that folks did not feel like they were being spoken to. They did not feel like they had opportunities to have their voices heard. And there isn't a massive shift. There isn't this massive difference in persuasion messaging that needs to happen across identity groups. It's really making sure that we're connecting with people on the issues that are affecting their everyday lives, whether that's the price of insulin or, the price of eggs, or even the prospects of being able to one day buy a home as a young person. These are things that are just seemingly untenable at the moment, and they did not feel like they had those opportunities or a clear vision or path forward with that. So right now we're working to educate, and we are consistently working to educate to make sure that folks are able to connect those issues to the policies deep down, because Democrats love to get wonky. We love to get wonky with our messaging and get really in the weeds. And that's just not what your average American is thinking about. They're thinking about their grocery bills or their rent getting increased or whatever that might be.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, guys. I want to just, we've already made some great plugs, but I did want to do one more round, and thank you guys again and just get a sense, let people know where they can connect with you, what you have coming up, and how to support you. So, so Emily, how can folks support your work at Next Gen one more time?
We are hosting monthly educational sessions on Mobilize. It's mobilize.com/nextgen. Mobilize.us, /nextgen, and we'll include that link in the Substack. And we just launched a Substack. We'll be taking all of the data covering young voters, analyzing that, and sharing sentiments, thoughts, and perspectives from young voters on the ground, on college campuses, and online that we've been working with.
Awesome. We have somebody in the chat insisting that no way is this organic. This kind of event takes so much energy to organize. No way it's just being done out of the kindness of their hearts. I'm an organizer, baby. What can I say? We did this because we were sitting there. We were pissed off. Tim and Amanda and I go way back. This is what we do. We care about this country. This is 100% the real deal. These folks joined out of the kindness of their own heart. We're here because we care about the country, and we're waking up to what we have to do to protect it. Welcome. We hope you stay connected to us. And now I'm going to kick it to Amanda.
We're waking up. I'm so tired. If you want to learn more about Run for Something, you can go to runforsomething.net. Specifically to look up where you can run for office, you can go to runforwhat.net. We are on Substack. I am on Substack. I also have a new book out called When We're in Charge. It's a next generation's guide to leadership, specifically for people who are thinking about leading outside of politics. Like, how do you run a company or a team or a group chat without being an asshole? My book tells you how. You can get it wherever books are sold. But I hope everybody watching, if you are the kind of person who tunes into this thing at on the East Coast, it's already 10:15. You are the kind of person we need to think about running for office. So consider it.
Tell me how could you're doing so much, but one more time, we'll connect you with folks, but one more time, we'll give you a chance.
Yeah, feel free to follow me on Quentin Quarantino, and shout out to the Loud is Loud guy in the comments. I've received $0 to be on here. I just thought it was like an impressive group of people and was like, yeah, sure, why not? And I'm glad I did. And I made no money off of it, and it's fine.
Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here. And to the Find Out guys and Tim and everybody, congratulations again on your success and what you guys are building. And one more time, where can folks find you?
Yeah, so our main home is on Substack, so it's findoutpodcast.substack.com. This week, we're going to 2 episodes per week, and on Thursday, we're actually interviewing a congressman who was supposed to be with us tonight, but he had a sick child. Congressman Pat Ryan from New York, we sat down with earlier this week, and you can watch him give me shit for being a Celtics fan, which was not a very fun experience for me, but I think it was great to see a congressman actually be able to mix it up like that. We'll be interviewing Katie Fang next week. We were on Don Lemon today. I think he's going to come on, so we're really excited. So if you follow us at findoutpodcast.substack.com, you could follow along.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, guys. We really appreciate you staying with us, closing out the panel, giving some great stuff to do. You're amazing. We love you. We hope we can talk again soon. And thank you for being with us on our inaugural program. So we really appreciate you. And we're going to be fighting with you guys for the long haul. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, that wraps our show for tonight, everybody. Again, can't thank the panelists enough. And we are going to now take a second, and people are asking about who's behind this event, who funded this event, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Once again, the origin story of this event is we are organizers. I myself have worked on every presidential campaign going back to Obama's first one, except for 2016. We are committed to the democracy. We're committed to progress in this country and committed to defending democracy in our country for our kids. The moment is calling for people to take more action than they normally would, to volunteer their time, their dollars, and that's what we have done. I want to, if we can, get some of the co-organizers of the event on here, who put in a ton of hours and time over the last couple of months into making this happen. Fellow folks from a great organization called Progressive Victory, Eric Balsbaugh, who you saw earlier today on the voter protection, on the legal panel. This is Sam Drismala, who you're seeing on camera here, who's the founder of Progressive Victory. And we've got a bunch of folks who've been helping us out. So this is it. This is the crew. There's Eric. There's Gavin, and we got, I think Chris is going to join here. So listen, this is the group, guys. This is who's behind it. It's just committed Americans who want to make a difference. And thank you guys for all of your help in putting this together. How do you think it went?
I had a great time watching and making sure things ran from the back. I thought the panels were great. There's some really, really exciting moments, and I'm excited to fight.
Right, Eric.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, this is the space where people are. I mean, like, 40% of people are have cable in their house, and everybody is on YouTube, and everyone is like in these spots. And like, if we're gonna fight and win, we got to be here, and we got to compete in this economy for attention.
Jonah, it's good to see you, buddy. You were just out having some fun and working hard, and we appreciate you. And good to see you on the stream. How do you think it went, Jonah?
I think it went great.
As our
I love
resident
the
young dude.
conversations. I love the conversations, especially the young men panel was really great. And I hope we'll have a lot of those guys back to keep that conversation going. It was really good.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Uh,
I thought
yeah,
I thought Atriarch and Doug Doug and Newsom was great too.
Yeah,
Harry.
I especially love the part at the end where y'all emphasize on local politics. I feel like that's a very often overlooked part of politics, but it's probably the most important part. You know, the political science motto is all politics is local. So I very much appreciate that, and I feel like it's a core part of trying to get young people into politics, because that's where most of them start out. So yeah, I think this was a great panel. Thank you for letting me help out.
Yeah, thank you so much for the support. A lot of long hours, a lot of stressful phone calls. You know, I think we felt a little bit what it was like to get canceled, but but we persevered. We let people know that we could do stuff like this to be inclusive, and we really want more folks to join us in the future. Chris, are you on camera? Can you turn your camera on again?
My camera keeps crapping out, but
okay.
You can hear me. I've enjoyed being on. I especially liked the Man Gap panel as well.
And Chris Ortman, ladies and gentlemen, who's been crushing it for us as well. And okay, well, we appreciate you guys tuning in. This is the group behind Win the Fight Live. You can support us at winthefightlive.com or winthefightlive.substack.com. Stay connected with us. Sign up. We'll keep you connected with all the panelists. We've got calls to action that we will provide. It is going to be a long fight, so stay connected with us. We hope to bring you some more programming. We'd love to hear how you think tonight went, other things that you might like to see in the future. If you can, please go show love to the panelists independently on their social media. Again, we'll connect you with them, but especially we want to thank Governor Newsom, Senator Booker, and some of the folks that are so busy that really helped us make this event together by agreeing to participate. It's all about community. It's all about connection. That's how we're going to stay together and win this fight. So we hope that you'll stay a part of ours. You can subscribe to our YouTube where you're watching right now. And, again, this is all volunteer. We don't really know where we're going to take this. But if you guys find it valuable, let us know. And we'll try to bring you some more stuff. So thank you. Anything else, guys?
I just want to thank the production team, Jordan,
Yeah.
especially Jay. Jay, you killed it tonight. It was amazing. Great job.
Yeah, get on camera, guys, if you can. Come on in.
Yeah, have fun.
Let's go, Jay.
I see you there. I guess it might be hard for him, but shout outs to Jay and to Jordan, who really helped us run this thing for the first time. Very complicated operation. And we appreciate the team. But thank you everybody for tuning in. Go ahead.
CJ too. He didn't hop in. Thanks, CJ.
Okay, CJ. And Jillian, our lead design, and the design team. We had Gabe rocking with us. We had our technical team on the website. You want to shout out our web team?
Alec, you did so much work, man. Thank you so much, Alec. Really, really, really huge deal that you did tonight over the course of the past couple of weeks. Thank you, man.
So, we're just a regular group of concerned Americans trying to do the right thing. We hope you'll be there with us as we try to do more of it. Let us know what you liked, what we could do better, what else you'd like to see, and please stay in the fight. Stay connected with us. winthefightlive.com. And we'll see you next time, okay? I think I'm ready to take a nap. So I don't know how Corey did it for 25 hours. 4 it feels like. Yeah. But thank you, everybody.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Night.